sexy. I think Coke's okay, but it's way damn better with Jack. Yeah, I think the outlaws, Waylon and Johnny, are gone forever. I think Jesus, he's a coming back. Oh, but what do I know? What do I know? I'm just a hard-working, beer-drinking son of an average Joe. Like to think there ain't nothing that I can't fix with a hammer and a crescent wrench. Oh, but what do I know? What do I know? What do I know? I think a six-string still the best way to tell a story. And that front porch step's the best place for a smoke. I think the moonlight is the best nightlife for lovers. Yeah, and heaven takes the good ones way too young. Oh, what do I know? What do I know? Yeah, I'm just a hard-working, beer-drinking son of an average Joe. Like to think there ain't nothing that I can't fix with a hammer and a crescent wrench. Oh, but what do I know? What do I know? What do I know? What do I know? Yeah, I think a grudge is only hurt the ones who hold them. Sometimes we could agree to disagree. And I believe we're gonna reap the seeds we're sowing. So I try to keep my head down and conscience clean. Oh, what do I know? What do I know? Yeah, I'm just a hard-working, beer-drinking son of an average Joe. Like to think there ain't nothing that I can't fix with a hammer and a crescent wrench. Oh, but what do I know? What do I know? Yeah, what do I know? Yeah, what do I know?
Alright, guys, I'm here. Obviously. Ta-da! Later than shit. It's pretty typical. Um, I was coming on as scheduled, but then everybody decided to mow their lawns. And, it was still happening, so I had to close everything down. I was like, forget it, I'm gonna go on anyway. And apparently everybody got the memo or something, because now they've suddenly gone quiet. Give them a minute. Anyway, it was a lot more racist today. Here it is. There's another one. Telling you. Told you to give it a minute. Anyway, it's been awful loud, so I was like, I'll hold off. Anyway, also, I hear it's the end of the world. Right? And well, I thought, well, alright, let me check in, see how all these assholes are doing. You know, Anybody know what time that's scheduled for exactly? Well, I feel like something said 8 p.m. I'm not sure if Orange Asshole scheduled that on East Coast, West Coast time, Central Standard. Is that 4 now? Where are we going on here? But I hear it's the end of the world tonight. And hell, who knows? It may very well be the beginning of. I don't know. It's a strange time to live in, isn't it? It's the weirdest timeline in history to be part of. It's mind blowing. Absolutely fucking mind blowing. Cannot imagine the history books, if any, are made, later on, if I don't know, whatever, but hey, the head of the world's whatever tweeted some shit out, and the war cabinet was on unsecured apps, waging it with fucking emojis. Yeah, I don't know about you, but these tweets definitely they hold up against like real men of strength, power, wisdom, integrity. Their eloquent speeches throughout history, their cabinets, everything else. I mean, don't they? It's just straight like JFK and Martin Luther and fucking Abraham Lincoln worthy, aren't they? Jesus Christ. I'm so appalled. Anyway, and that's the thing, isn't it? Oh, everything's like that these days. Everything. Operating under the same sort of warfare conditions, mostly being operated as some psych shit via media, electronic, whatever, right? Same good and evil as always. All this fucking old shit. If you see it, you see it, I guess. It's like, whatever. And, it's ridiculous. But it does flow into where I hope to go for the next little bit anyway. I guess if we all don't, like, die because the end of the world and all is scheduled. But I was sitting here thinking today and outside wandering around and watching just the normality of it, right? Watching so many go by, like cyclists and people getting ready for competitions and thinking that, I guess they're hoping they'll make it that far into whatever, and yeah, I mean, it's most humans. They're always, I think we all are, right? Geared to, assume tomorrow will always come, etc., right? But I watch the traffic things. Those are speeding back and forth. They're in a hurry for average everyday stuff, 5:30, trying to get home, all that. School stuff, this stuff. And you watch the others that are just, like always Sunday driving. They're taking in the world around them. Most not a care in the world. I listened to helicopters fly today. and everything remain the same-ish, right? Most of these that pass or do whatever throughout the day, they're fully aware of the, you know, what's scheduled to occur tonight, right? But they're comfortable. They feel safe, secure, whether it be because America or whatever else. I know that for weeks now, as all this garbage has been going on, they're like, yeah, an abundance, or they're like, yeah, I bombed the shit out of what. I'm like, and they're bitching about God doing this, whatever, and I'm like, in all these years, it's always and forever like slow blink, say what, right? But the last few weeks, it's been like, people going, yeah, that's tough on blah blah blah, and you'll show them. And I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, okay, just bank all your sons, daughters, and grandchildren on the fucking war that's ridiculous. Okay, alright. Change the face of the planet some more, won't you? Because some orange man tweets. I just can't. Either way, and then this morning you hear that over there, they're untold amounts scrambling to fill up water containers, gas tanks, this, they're rushing to pharmacies and everywhere else they can think to get, iodine and products to, help with, certain types of strong. They're in terror. Many of those doing so, they didn't choose to be born where they are. They didn't select that any more than a great deal of Americans did or anyone else around the world. They're born places, they're under certain leaderships, they have no choice, especially in areas like that. And now they face death. They're being told their entire civilization will be wiped out. Many of them do not agree with the choices of their leaders or otherwise either. And people here today, that's the thing, a lot of that's occurring over there around hot zones, right? High target areas. And then I watched this place. Now, I know locals, most of us anyway, know what kind of area we are. And we are indeed a high target area. They're pretty fucking comfortable today. They ain't out running around. What if there's return fires, something done to us, which has been promised? They don't seem to be thinking that way. I don't see any of them running around trying to get iodine, safe yourself buckets off the 500 club or anything else, worrying about trying to get out of area as quick as possible. None of that, right? It's an awful false sense of security, ain't it? Me personally, I don't trust anything that's waging war via Twitter or online bullshittery to keep anybody safe, okay? But it's the connectors, right? The little things. Those people over there are distant, right? Flat images. Images on the news. You think of them as different. Skin color, language, boundaries, borders, oceans. Been built up with certain language over the last, what, 20 odd years. think less of, kick down at, to assume everyone's terrorist, everyone's this, everyone's that, da 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 da. You know, and here's the thing, that place had all kinds of shit to do with 9/11, but what, back then it didn't matter. Now, no, no, I just, look, everybody thinks themselves a different thing. Here we are in a high target area too, right? Everybody's pretty comfortable about it. Seems not a worry in the world. While people also in high target areas all the way across the world, they're not. People here cheering on. I mean, like, war's war, man. You know, some are necessary, some are absolutely not. People die. The worst shit on you could ever imagine happens during war. It's war. Innocents, casualties, civilians, of course. But there are better ways, man. Especially, the whole damn thing's senseless anyway. It's fucking ridiculous. And what it's gearing towards is no good. The reasons out front are not the truth. Not even a little. I don't know. What I do know is that tonight nobody in the U.S. seems to be scrambling the way that others are across the world, and they feel safe and secure. So be it. A whole lot of other countries do not feel that way. A whole lot of people have no choice about where they are, where they're born, what their skin color is. None of that are an absolute terror. And it's pretty crazy considering we're technically in the exact same situation. There's promises of return warfare, but everybody here's like, no. Okay. Yeah. Why? Now I gotta tell you though, I don't know why people do weird things. It's like buying up toilet paper during COVID. I don't know why people are spending like last 24 hours. Yeah, if it were here, and it is technically, but like I think I'd be using that time to get as far away from zones, even if it meant sleeping in the middle of nowhere, or even in desert areas, and just like small 3, 4, 5 person things. So yeah, whatever. Yep, not whatever. Should anybody really have to be doing that? think everybody on Earth right now is just like, you know what? Who gives a fuck? AI is gonna essentially be the end of all the shit anyway. So, like, fuck it. Is that it? I don't know. Don't really know. But we'll see what happens tonight. Let's hope it's like usual and it's, oh, well, we're in talks. But that's already been said to be bullshit. Because I think that was put out earlier anyway this morning. But then other places are like, hell no, we ain't. So either way, maybe it'll be a usual and typical facade bullshit. I don't know. Yeah. Walk back about like tariffs, everything else. Y'all so shit. Anyway, what time's the end of the world scheduled for tonight? I swear somebody said 8. Uh, let's see. I can't even like. Somebody really updated the Wikipedia for Iran an hour ago. I don't even. I can't even believe somebody is searching or a bunch of people going, is Iran still a U.S. ally? 2 hours ago, progress being made as President Yauk. 12 minutes ago, NBC said Trump agrees to 2 week ceasefire after threatening massive attacks. Shit, guys, it looks like the end of the world, at least according to this outlet, is being postponed for 2 weeks. Though another outlet is reporting differently. Oh, 25 minutes ago, CBS reported it too. I don't know, guys. It might be on hold. Yeah, hell, whatever. Anyway, so end of the world, not end of the world. 2 weeks. We'll see how it goes. I swear it's scheduled today, though. I don't know. Oh, it's getting a little chilly. Anyway, makes perfect sense. Like I'm cold, but let me reach for the glass of ice. Yeah, can't help it though. Anyway, so you know, I just little connections between humanity, right? Real people, the world. We're not all so different. We're not. But that's what we've been taught and how to look at each other differently or to hate or to say or how that's been pushed in and pounded in and Kool-Aided in and QAnon in and all that bullshit. Same tactics this place uses too. Yeah. But yeah. All connectors, right? I was watching a piece yesterday on certain mild things. I was like, yep. Same tactics around everything, especially via online, social media, news, government, around the world. It's in our everyday. Every day. So, I don't think. I don't know, there's probably quite a few already in those. The hardcore ones, anyway, are the goofballs that watch The Walking Dead. Well, I don't know about them either. Remember The Walking Dead wars? Everybody suddenly became a end of the world zombie apocalypse survivor. Getting all the weapons, doing all the things, having debates around the water cooler whether they could survive or not. I'm like, every one of these motherfuckers die in the first 3 seconds. Right? All of them. Yeah, I went about building bunkers and shit during that time too. No shit. It's weird. Even as hobby shitting, because they were so into The Walking Dead, they were doing that garbage. Outfitting their vehicles and weird stuff. Stupid. You know? Stupid. You know? How lucky it would be only motherfuckers like that would pop up like Brennan Fraser fucking 40 years later. You know? Be all that's left of the gene pool. Be our fucking luck. But anyway, it's usually the way it works out, right? Anyway, and speaking of dumb, alright, I clicked into a couple places I shouldn't have. I'm almost ashamed of myself. I assume some of those were and are being done. Uh, with four around the group, you know, the movements. It's getting so small around here. It's like cesspool. It's like, damn, they ain't even trying these days, are they? But and obviously people know now that every now and then I click in, especially when movements are like, it's pretty blatant, fellas. What you up to today? But I still don't listen. I know they won't believe it. I know about, but I'm like, skip, 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 scroll. So, you know, I did catch a bit of stupid, dumb, nefarious, something, something dark side around the blocks today. Hell, maybe yesterday. I don't know. It's been a wild couple days. So, oh my god, it really is getting. I'm debating on sweater or closing everything down or turning up the. I don't know. Anyway, the dumb, right? The dumb. But is it though, really? You know what I call it? Bunch of transparent pigeons shitting on a chessboard. fucking intentionally tampering, fucking with, fucking up, twisting, tweezling, pumping out garbage. Yeah, that type of shit. That's what the fuck I call it. Called a great deal many things over the years, honestly. But this just smells real wild lately. Alright? Feels like the old days, right? See if somebody will come in, crack this, do that, buy whatever, I don't know, leap in, take a link, I don't know, type, chat, no, I'm not really in the mood for that these days. So no, try not to participate. Um, but I watched some. You know what? I'm good. Give me just a second. Or we're never gonna get anywhere because all I'm concentrating on currently is temperature drop. Give me just a second. I did it without any malfunction. I touched the thing. Anyway, maybe. Because it depends on if I'm back or not. Oh. Oh no, I think I'm here. Alright. So, the dumb. The dumb and the restless today. And the only reason I'm mentioning some of this is, well, it was that dumb. But why? So, according to some rooms today, and I can't even believe everybody watching or participating in that allowed that shit to go down. Did call it out real time. Nothing. Oh, but it looks like, and here are my assumptions. Okay, looks like certain people in a certain group, because certain little criminals like she is not a safe space. Crazy Xanax buying Kentucky psychopath, uh, criminal, and Brainwurm's PA up there. You know, our shit were mentioned recently. So it looks like now everybody, oh, that means that Jody Six took notice, and these people might be bothering her. Ooh, we can get, I don't know. It has that feeling, so people took today to possibly advertise to these people. It's just a guess. It's just a guess. That's wild. And then I apparently, like eons ago, there was like a piece put together. Well, like 6 months ago or so, probably somewhere around that Van Hill shit, right? When all y'all were doing weird red truck shit again for the 400th umpteenth time. I don't know. I don't know what all that clipped and pasted horse shit of doom was. It's about the same quality of horse shit they all always put out, right? Usually someone else circling around certain people. I'm just saying. But suddenly, now I guess this happened months ago, but today it was placed upon screen. Things were said suddenly 3, 5, 6 months, whatever after that shit show was put together in Insanityville over there. It's being put up on, I don't know, but apparently Dawn at some point filmed something and there was like a red truck, flatbed diesel, allegedly, supposedly, I don't know. It's, I don't know, but today, this piece from months ago was put back up, and then everybody's suddenly like, nuh-uh, they ain't looking for no red or maroon Toyota between XYZ. Nuh-uh. Hey, it's a false whatever, it's a red herring, or no, it's actually a flatbed diesel truck we're looking for. That's it. Excuse me? And these people tell you they're helping summer. I'm gonna give y'all a minute. Please do go check out uh, the facts on, the Fed's website about summer and real news articles. Y'all seen any of them, or any of the sheriff's office or TBI, FBI, any of them put out anything saying that it was a red diesel flatbed? They change that up? No, I don't think I did. Nope. 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 I think even in the papers, past 6 months or so, it's been reiterated that, you know, red truck, witness, still applies possibly, etc. I don't recall it being changed to a flatbed diesel. But hey, if it has, I hope they do a press or a news release or something updating so. But I cannot imagine why on earth this group mm, would now be trying to eat away the red truck thing, confuse people, misguide them, disinform intentionally. Not that that's anything new. That's been going on since Cher and Chasing and on at Dawn and all that when we were still, and they were all like, "Yeah, that red truck it was wrecked at the bottom of the driveway." It's been happening, all right, but it ain't slowed. However, um, this is weird. This is a weird new take. I mean, of course you've had how many pumped out by Blues Annex of Kentucky over it. I believe she's also the drawer of the. She took pictures of a random one or so. I don't know. She put fake ass ladder racks on one belonging around my family. That still is a thing. People are dumber than fucking coal buckets. And then I believe that one and a couple others, including Mama Bear, the I'm That Bee, Mama Bear, one of them, with all that group, they pumped out the bullshit that that one truck on Google 6 years removed was a certain person and it wasn't, and it then also tried to equate that with Andy's family. It was not. So yeah, that group, they have a habit. Mm-hmm. Repeatedly and intentionally so. Now I just want to know, how are they helping Summer again? By what? Keeping the public confused, fucked up, looking for all the wrong shit? Huh. Now, is that just benefiting these criminals working in an organized manner online, etc., together for all these, in all these cases? Or are little core team members wrapped around everything since day one? Or is something residing in the darkness that keeps requesting such fuckery? Certain things to just be yeeted out of existence. Confused, confounded, maybe staying hidden behind all that shit, or not hung, or who the fuck knows what else, right? I just have questions. I have questions. Especially lately with that. Mm-hmm. Now, and I have reason to. There are many of us who have been under this reign of fucking terror from this group about red trucks over the years, right? And falsely accused, falsely pinpointed, shit that's way absurd, that's been fed out to the public and the world about us that is not true. Um, but and that's problem. That is problem. However, there are certain folks that from the beginning seem to want to be rid of this red truck thing. Want to delete that shit right out of the universe. Get the public all confused about it. Something, and that's been going on since not long after Summer vanished, wildly enough. Maybe even since the first night, first few hours. Which is sort of an issue in itself. But I find it strange that suddenly this group, and as you can see, the pool is a little smaller right now. I think you can see whose ass cheeks are firmly clapping and the silence together right now and running each other's shit and with what I mean. But they always have been. It's just not as transparent as it is right now. But there are certain things throughout all these years that in the grand scheme of things could very much be clues. Those who seem to want to eliminate or fuck around with red truck shit the hardest, confuse, miss, whatever, all the things. Sling it here, sling it there, whatever, right? Also, those who seem to take exception, seem to have wild reactions to others being called not suspects, shit like that, right? But only certain ones. I find that weird. I find that real strange. For reasons. Now, my gut, a guy tells me that if not just solely this group's fuckery and little scripty shit, since somewhere back near Skull, Triggered Minds, Broken Minds, Pieces of, Don't Fuck with Cats, motherfuckers, the first few days, whatever, writing something over there that was a whole, best psychic in the world, Bender, on Facebook that I accidentally captured there. Well, there's just some real dirt. If it's not just for this group and that, and I don't believe it is. I don't. Because I've seen certain things in person, experienced certain things in person, witnessed certain things in person. No thanks. I think there are a couple around the community or fucking around in some capacity that really want certain others around this absolutely eliminated. I think some hold real anger at certain things. I think some have maybe used this, fuck no, it ain't some, it's quite a few. I mean, for different and varying reasons. But I think there are just a couple, or three, that have used this group to help get that done. Now, why? Some of the motives, I think, are pretty transparent. Others are just money. Others are just fucking around. Other people are just pissed at continually hearing their names and shit brought into shit they shouldn't never, and they're fighting back in their own ways. Okay? So, there are many reasons. But there are only certain sets and certain people around here that are fucking around with this group on certain levels. Okay? And then there are only certain ones within that that seem to have some real fucking problems. Okay? That concern June 15th itself or summer vanishing. I find it to be problematic that I know this group as it exists very early on. I had a plan to, and I have this and proof of this. Their little plan was to say in the end when they fucking firmly bow tied shit up and they still land on a certain group of locals and say, well, the locals were responsible for it, and just a little group of. But there's some truth to that. But the problem is, it's not. This group online hunts, acquires, does all that shit. They always get locals and shit in every case. So that's nothing new. But there are some core members who very much have some of the wildest fucking connections. A whole hell of what the public is not aware of. That I find real concerning, considering that a whole lot of those motherfuckers are the first ones to wind their asses around certain shit and inside of Ben Hill. And still do. And some now are wildly scrambling to make sure they're wound around everything, everywhere to bring new locals in, of course. Or what y'all think are. Yeah, it's a little worrisome. Especially some of us who were present on June 15th. For very good motherfucking reason. It's a shit of nightmares. So, I'll tell you that personally, I feel like if certain ones of those core members and their reasoning behind and all the little things can be ferreted out, who knows? There's a good possibility that somebody back there knows something. Somebody back there is hiding somebody. Whether it be a family member, community member, friend, or two. And then others along the way locally just playing in it, or others who don't, you know, give a damn, you know, from the get, then come out here and play patty cake with these assholes, or have them do it just to cleanse themselves, and are in no way really responsible, but they'll play in it. So the thing with that is, though, see, because I know they're a little planning and plotting and scheming and script writing from very early on, I have to weigh that against this group and their tampering, hindering, scripting, and go, and then you just got more cat hair and taffy to pull apart. What the fuck do I know, right? The fuck do I know? No different than anybody else. Not damn LE or anything otherwise. And only they have the final say, but boy, if some things just couldn't be brought out of the darkness by others around who actually give a damn for all the right reasons, then so be it. Some aren't playing fucking tee patty cake bullshit games with this fucking group. Or certain others around here who want to play patty cake with this fucking group. And fuck around with all the rest of us around here that really fucking despise this group and those fuck around with it. And look, I know they'll spin that to be like, oh, that mean all the new anybody talking about. No, no. I mean those truly fuck around with this group. And willing to do whatever to everybody else here locally and like, behind the scenes, like, I don't know. Whatever. And I think for a great deal of us locally, for all these years, we've known who those characters are. And most of those characters, wildly enough, they're like the Freds and shit, right? Everybody here knows locally to be like, yeah, I mean, years and decades even before some are vanished. These characters are always sort of bad news, sort of always full shit, and will always do whatever. You know what I mean? It was up full shit. It's like chicken ass safety. I mean, everybody here, like, now when you're young, like, that one's fucking, you know what I mean? And certain other characters like that. It's like Fred. Everybody knows. And at least we can all agree on that. However, just like others say, there are little bits, right, of Fred. Little bits. But good luck on the world being able to figure out those little cat hair and taffy. It's only going to be most of the locals, like you can see, that can figure out and hear those pieces and know what the fuck he's doing and what he's saying, what he really means, what the little bit of whatever is. And then, of course, you have to then compare that to three others who, you know, I mean, so like, Hans over, he is something, but we all warned you. But what did all of us get told him to get when we were like, bruh? Right? Man, this one, that one, they're lying. Fred's full on Veritas. The fuck? What? And now everybody like, everybody around here told you. Seriously. Apparently even, you know, gets Lawson. Whether he knew he was going to or not. That's a whole nother story, ain't it? Or is it? Or is it? Now, I also heard uh, some more dumb shit about hay today. As one as I don't know if that was yeah. I'm gonna stay a little reserved on that. But hey, as in hey chickens, What the fuck? I can't even. I believe this was during certain dog talk. Once again, and I don't know how many people it takes to tell it. All the dogs were not there on the 15th. But whatever, y'all can keep doing whatever you want to, depending on all you like. Now, this sudden rising of the hay bullshit again, but mixed in, convoluted, not where it belongs. Um, I'm like, why? Why? It's not what I said. Not in connection with June 15th. Absolutely is not. Now, I don't know. I guess y'all are going to go figure out somewhere with the database in Queens about all that. It'll be somewhere in some of y'all's bullshit today. It'll be in between that and somewhere when Jenny and them were sitting on my phone, my children fucking around, lost all this shit, and she was from the worst acting in school and everything, going, Jody's been talking dark stuff, smell of hay. Oh, Jody, come to me. When I was actually talking about hay and sunshine in connection with my grandfather and how it was happy for me, but Jenny explained it because they thought that video was different. Oh, she's been for 24. She's, oh God, maybe we can get custody, a little emergency because she's been on live for whatever. Oh, Jody, come to me. She's been talking about dark things, morose things. She seems to be on the edge. She's talking about, hey. So you'll find it between that bullshit act routine, criminal ass shit, Jenny Adrian of the, Ryan Brigade and everybody else's brigade around here, Scott H. Brigade and Doug Brigade and, Webb Sluice Brigade, whatever, those bitches, the Chromatics, and the rest of the group. And, oh wait, it's the same group today. Ah, hell. Oh, hell. Right, and Brooks and Nanner and the Gator Basin crew, oh my. So I don't know, you'll find it filed between Hey Hey Chickens and Hey Hey Fucking Bad Acting Pigeons. But never talked about hay in connection with June 15th that day, and I guess sniffing dogs on June 15th. So I don't know. What are y'all trying to weave together now? Some more nonsense about like whatever the fuck you were airing today? Anyway, all I can tell you is it most certainly will absolutely solve everything. It's got to be of great help this summer. Yeah, like, you know, love it. Yeah, they're all out to really solve it and everything, folks. While feeding y'all bullshit, disinformation, misinformation, and mixing shit up, seemingly on purpose, like always through the years. And airing shit that makes people look certain ways, though all that shit's some batshit lunatic. I guess making their Kentucky Xanax holler money for their mentally ill asses, etc. And I can say that because they've said they were so mentally ill they couldn't even teach. And that they're going to go buy illicit substances with, I guess, the money they're making off of them after threatening to murder us and shit. Whatever, blah, 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 right? Ram them and cream them, I guess. Anyway, I can't even believe y'all. Y'all are something. But yeah, it'll suddenly just trigger the shit out of me after this many years. My God. I'm full on Jerried about it, guys. Say me I'm full on fucking Jerried. I'm starting to feel like scariest stories you tell in the dark over here. I might have to turn the light on. No, yeah. I'm gonna have to turn the light on. I don't want to. Artificial lighting is just terrible. I hate it. Makes you just feel like ugh. Anyway, I'll do that in a second. Until then, we can all agree we can deal with scary stories in the dark version, right? Okay. So, hold on, guys. I have it. I'm gonna do it this way. I bought one of them fancy creator lamps. Just joking. It's actually a work light from Harbor Freight. Priorities, man. Shit comes in handy when you're working on stuff. Beauty lights for creatorship, do not. Alright. Anyway. I think I'm funny, and that's all that really matters. So, anyway. On top of that, I did catch a few high notes this group and the running of the bullshit and garbage of today. And I guess there was some shit done last night, not before too. Hell, I don't know. But there seems to be a cycle. Oh, too many days of shit for people. It's unusual, you know. But anyway. I did catch a few high notes of Ryan's full bullshit. And I gotta tell you, my takeaway with that whole thing is that dude's full bullshit. Not anybody else. I'm not gonna touch on anything to do with stuff put out by and such. But that dude, Ryan, there, Ryan is about as dubious as a character as you can find. That douchebag. What we have here is a problem. Because I have like proof and evidence. Fact based things, something, right? What he said about certain characters that have been working with this group and him and PG and Brooks in particular over the years, along with the group, here locally, you know. Well, they say something mighty different. A whole lot of folks do, including witnesses who know these people and then privately talk about their interactions. Right? So then there's about 3 ways from Sunday that I could play for the public to show you that Ryan be rewriting some shit and all the things being said by him on certain pieces he just pumped out. Instead of others that have very much been helping this group. That also relate back to some real shady shit. Yeah, so I don't know, but I feel some type of way about it. But when you have the things show that Ryan's full of bullshit, you know, and that even in his recent pieces he's lying. And I mean, I guess that would be between those they continue to use here locally and vice versa. And them, but also those around the others who say other things. So, calling both parties out and tying everything up pretty well into a bow. But yeah, Ryan, be dubious. For sure. And not in the Scooby Dooby Doo way. So that was my takeaway. Heard that motherfucker drop some lies. I was like, huh, what's he doing that for? Why is he rewriting? Why do the people he's using to do that and all these others like PG and Brooks about for all these, why, what? Hold up. You know? And you have so many pieces that go with that. Man, this guy's, whatever. He would just like to make a series or something. Hey, speaking of, I heard that History Channel aliens guy died yesterday. It was all over something that popped up in my face, and I was like, huh. I expected the aliens were this big guy, but it was that other guy. I'm like ancient aliens or something. Anyway, I guess I'm gonna get up and turn a light on. I'll be right back. Let me see if I can touch the button without turning this damn thing off. You don't do. I got Sasquatch paws. Didn't y'all know? Okay. Am I back? Have I turned it off? Oh no. I've done something. Hold on. Uh oh. I'm getting the circle. Up. Okay. I think I'm back. So we'll just continue. Okay. So on top of the Ryan's full of bullshit, something is way the hell off in the weather rains there. Alright. Um, there were a few other things. Oh yeah, one of the. I don't know. Look, all I'm saying is that I've seen people today. I mean, I've seen it for years, but people in all these chats and things, right? And it's not usually random people. It's usually 40 owls and raincoats types, right? Shit like that. But you know, Trojans, pebble droppers, whatever. Yeah. Seen them screaming that Fred be charged with interference, da 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 da. I'm like, wait a minute. How are you sitting below a fucking creator that is clearly, at that time, at that exact time you were in their ship, not just being wrong, not just being, you know, off or misinterpreting or whatever, right? Or only taking away what they can understand, their level of comprehension, or where, and you know, whatever, right? No, you're sitting below creators in their chats who are intentionally and clearly, unmistakably putting out horseshit to you and therefore the world in and around Summer's case. Who you know and you've watched for years do that, patty cake, do weird shit, weeble wobble, you know, um, absolutely harass, torment, pump out lies, be all back and forth, whatever, you know, and work with this group doing it. How in the absolute hell is anybody saying Fred should be XYZ while sitting under a creator that, you know, damn good and well does it intentionally while they're actually doing that intentionally? See, that's the math. You can't make math over here. But most around these blocks, okay, you always hear that, no, the creators are innocent, no, the creators, blah, blah. Well, it's just their opinion, allegedly, but no. These people are doing this intentionally. Well, I mean, I'm not saying Fred ain't, but Fred's also Fred. And I'm just telling you that these creators, it is very clear what they're doing and how they've done it and how they do it in every open and active case. It is not accidental. It's not because they're all dipshits or nutbags like D and Nature and fucking Shay and the rest and fucking Brainworms PA and the rest like that, right? It ain't like that. These fucking creators are running you all the hell around, you know? And then when you combine that with the fact that they all have locals in every case doing fuck shit, right? And going extreme real life and embedded to the point that I can tell you for fact, absolute fact, beyond any doubt, for fact, that this group has hindered intentionally Summer's case. Because of their incessant need and to always do whatever this fucking group does. Make no mistake about that. But also potentially for the suspect, person responsible, etc., right? And then also, yeah, so many things there, but I just, I know certain ones of this group have done it through many cases. I know that even still, there are places they never should have been and should not be now. I, they'll scream to you, the public, that they're helping us. Da, 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 da. No, they're contaminating, fucking with, hindering intentionally. That's the fuck they're doing. Now, besides themselves and this group and how it always operates in cases, are there other reasons behind it or for with some or requested by or being done as dirty work? I'm on a 75-25 scale there, probably fucking so. Even if some of those doing this with and for aren't aware of that and don't necessarily understand or know their full roles in it, but they know enough. And I mean, I'll still maintain in my dying breath on this earth, you've got to be a certain type of fucking weirdo and wackadoodle. And there's something just wrong with you if you just start seeing something paper on it and then reaching out to random people you do not know, are not part of the communities, are not part of the neighborhood, are not part of the areas, don't know the person in this area, you know, and then just go about doing this fuck shit. With groups like these online. There's something fucking entirely wrong with you. Please go seek help. I'm not even kidding. Well, I'll tell you, I'm just being a bitch. I'm not. I'm telling you, something just warped there. That ain't normal. You know? I also noticed that, like always, it's always this whole thing about, and speaking of, the beginning of this live and commonalities, propaganda, same tactics, all that, right? Things that have been pushed for years, things that are highlighted in the world right now, and everybody's like, about, you know, uh, and obviously that has to do with trafficking and, all this and the other. So, everything right now is an Epstein Island. You get me? And, I think certain people around this from the very beginning have always been like, look here, look there, big bad blah blah blahs and hillbilly junkies and whatever, right? Whatever. Especially after those like Squall and certain others still driving the fucking dirty bus, wound their asses right up around. And I'm sure y'all can go back to all those original inserts. Squall, Scott H, Jamie Wilson, 423, Chase, / Brad Vachon, Cam and Ellie, You know, um, Linda, especially, you know, a few other local characters, Nana. Um, get that Dirty Bird one. TT. It's some real shit real funky here. Yep. Sure enough. I mean, it's not gonna be hard around here to throw a fucking rock and find a red dot or drugs or, you know, something like that. Hell, you could pretty much basically do it anywhere across the U.S. or the rest of the world, too. You know, but it's always been this idea. Lifted and propelled and magnified by this group that goes through the political times and the real shit going on in the real world, too, obviously. That is real, you know, some of, but it's so magnified right now. And it's easy to buy that everything's got to do with cartel or, you know, Mexicans or Russians or organ harvesting or Wayfair or, you know, Epstein Island shit. And it's that they sort of want me to believe in buying script right around the summer. Now there's trafficking in many varieties, obviously. Though they'll have you believe that, you know, there's only one type. It's children and semis and borders and whatever, and that is not true. But or accurate. My problem with it is that people from the very beginning seem to want to make it so. After other things didn't take. And then after certain others wound themselves up around and started writing for, you know? They want to make it some shit that falls into the political, everything that's in the media, everything, you know? They've been trying too damn hard. And for me, that's a red flag. Now, is anything possible? I guess. Has to be. The feds say all possibilities. You know, and everything is still being looked at. And then it would be a mistake to concentrate solely on wandering off or solely on kidnapping slash abduction. And that all stones are still being, you know, turned over, everything's still looked at, and all possibilities on the table. So, I think the only way anything like that would ever have taken place is if, well, those closest to her did it themselves. Not a stranger, not a random, not someone just slightly familiarized, but someone absolutely close to her did that intentionally. But the chances of that being what it is and being perpetrated by some just random stranger passing by, infinitesimally small. But not zero. Which goes back to all possibilities, I suppose, right? I think that there are higher probabilities for other possibilities. But that's my opinion, of course. And, well, like assholes, everybody has one. So, and I ain't shit. I ain't an official, law enforcement. I ain't nothing or nobody. So, tells my opinion, make it in. But, there's a good insert. But, no, seriously, those are two entirely, we're cut off theirs. And I've always told y'all, ain't none of us around any of this shit unless Ellie says so. So that's how they. And nobody will know any of that until arrests are made, court proceedings, some are found, all that. So, you know. Anyway, I just, something else that raises a flag about all of it to me. And says that that's not the most likely of scenarios or possibilities is because of, well, certain particular folks locally winding themselves up and working their damnedest to keep certain things buttoned up and cleansed and helping the, look here, look there, look everywhere, and, destroying and intentionally hindering with this group. Um, there's just something about it that reeks awful fucking hard. Now, because I'm from here, I don't think any of that would be done, condoned, tolerated. If it weren't for something real dirty lurking on the backside of it. It makes me believe that someone in and around this is very much responsible, very much using this group to try to destroy intentionally, to hide purposefully, or doing so for someone they suspect or think may be responsible that they care for, or part of their family or families, or yada yada. It's just what my gut and my heart and my brain say. And the seemingly quieter it gets, the more my gut and heart and brain scream that. That to the side for a minute. I'll tell you that what I'm also, I mean, look, well, not also because, heart, brain, gut screaming her. But what I am certain of is this, and I have been all these years. The person or persons responsible is absolutely watching all of this closely. And I gotta tell you, since about, I don't know, I don't want to give it, yeah, it's probably best to know. I don't want to give a date and time for that. That feeling, that creep factor is definitely picked up, intensified, to the point of absolute, in a way, discomfort being here. Because of how certain I am that that is indeed the case. Um, I bet my life on it. And honestly, in a way, haven't I all these years? Yep. And I gotta tell you, there's something. There are many reasons, I suppose, to hate train drives in certain directions around here. Certain locals, little bones to pick. Of course, that's in there too. But there's just some other flavor on it for all these years that says somebody's real fucking mad. They would love to eliminate my children off the face of this fucking earth. Over June 15th. And nothing more or less than that. I've seen flashes that are real concerning in the last few months. seems certain people are truly angry about certain things concerning June 15th and these children and all. And or what they know, at least publicly, that we've seen, heard, witnessed, etc. And I gotta tell you, that connects right back to this core little group of locals. But, see, once again, you gotta weigh their fuckery, insertion, embedding, absolute hindrance, and shit, and all that. Cat hair and taffy. Right? Right. It says PG. And I think for a long time, certain people were using other locals unknowingly. Those people didn't understand what was being done and probably still do not. Are you all for me? Why am I here? Are you garbling? What's wrong, baby? Oh gosh, what is it? What can I do? Are you sure? Oh gosh, come to the complaint department. Tell me about it. What is it, buddy? What's the matter? What can I help you with? Do you want to fill out paperwork? You want to tell the cat authority? What's happening? What is it? No. Are you sure? Is that what it is? My goodness. Wow, big. Dude, you tell them hi? You tell them hi? They might be able to see your eyeballs. No, we're not going to get up there. The learn bad tricks from your brother. You tell them what the complaint is. What is the complaint? You just feel like chatting. Easy, buddy. Pets. I hear you, little V8. Yeah. Alright, well, he's comfortable. Have we solved your complaint? Did you lose me? Did you get lost in the darkness of the bedroom and bathroom? Laundry room? Come back to find me? Did you get lost back there? Do we need to get you a little pair of glasses? Anyway, I think that there's a good possibility that others around thought they were just helping friends or whatever, keeping people they knew not to be this or blah, and whispers down, or, you know, they were fed certain things intentionally, maybe, to see by someone where they would land or go, to ferret out other witnesses or anybody say anything around certain things, or who might be speaking upon, or most likely to be, you know what I mean? I have a feeling that that is a very real possibility, and that it was getting back, obviously, to other locals, than this group, and otherwise may have intentionally or unintentionally misled, or still be trying to be used to mislead law enforcement or uh, investigators. I have a real bad creeping suspicion. Don't we? Don't tell them, guys. This is my witch's familiar, and he's actually a cursed little soul. And he's magic, and he has all the tarot card and dowsing rod capabilities. Don't you, buddy? Sure. He's a psychic and a medium, and better than any Google spirit books. You tell him. You tell him. He's actually 6,000 years old and straight from Egypt. He's a pagan. We're not sure. Tell him. Apparently he's in his feels right now, so we're gonna let him fill it out. Alright. That's right. Look at him and judge. Judge harshly. Pick one. Do the curses. He's like, no, give me the treats. Do you want treats? Mm. Want the catnips and cheese? Oh boy. If there's such thing as reincarnation, I'm coming back as a cat, y'all. You just know it. It's gonna happen. I don't know, though. I don't feel like I could do that. No. Oh, gosh. Tell them how I've named you 18 people at once, and it's all hints or clues or bet cards or something. You know, tell them. I don't know. If y'all can think of anybody named Dracula, you let me know. Okay? You let me know. But anyway, I just have the, you know, as soon as I get it bites, it just bites, nibbles, gnaws at your brain, your heart, your gut. But, like I said, fuck do I know? Maybe in my gut and brain or heart and whatever, wildly wherever. And it is some stranger or some this or some that, whatever, you know. Chances are, though, there's just there's just too many things that point closer to than further from, like everybody wants everyone to believe. If it hadn't been for that, I would been like, well, 50-50, something. But it's the behaviors and the patterns and the weird things in all the years. And what, as you can see, is continuing still. It tells me the odds are it's much, much closer to the community than far, far away. But all things are possibilities, right? Right. And it's not bullshit. It's from feds and law enforcement. No matter what this place wants to clip art together every day and feed you, depending on whatever narrative and bullshit and garbage they want to feed you. It's the last word and updates I heard anyway. Be a mistake to concentrate on one or the other, and all possibilities and all stones, right? Are being overturned, still looked at. Best of the best are still on it, and as you can see just a few months ago, they've not quit and they will not quit. Oh, I just got a notification. Well, that's a miracle. I've been following this HOA saga. I think it's on a page called Karen Lives Matter, and then also something else. But it's something happening down in Florida, like this couple years long thing. It's better on Instagram than YouTube, but still, yeah, there is a YouTube channel. It's fascinating. Don't ask. See, if I'm gonna watch drama, it's gonna be Laugh at Karen's. But yeah, wholly fascinating. It's one of those where you can just like drool and eat a snack cake, like, okay. And it's nothing absolutely super horrifying other than the ability of fucking Karens everywhere to change the world, terrorize us all, and damn Karens. So I also thought that tonight, instead of their horse shit, we could talk about some real things, and instead of their real baity, bullshitty cesspool of garbage, criminal, conning empire, federally violating laws, some bitches over there, and all that. And the ones and those full of bullshit and crap they want to feed y'all, Um, there are real ways to help summer. And watch the motherfuckers wildly enough try to feed you bullshit about whole ass new trucks and do something weird, something dark side around here, or fucking great grandma birth giver to Satan over there, or Ryan's dubious at best, and crew and all them. They're pumping out right now. I guess it would stand more so locally. But, and here's the thing. Quite a while back, I think I scheduled a live on it actually, and I know that certain fuck shit was done after I mentioned certain dreams in the way back. See, I eventually do get back to things. This is quite a while ago. Now, follow me here if you can, alright? Because you know what they say. I'm mumbling, nobody has any fucking clue. And that's cool. Whatever. Your back could be itch, you know that? Actually, it's me, because I know if I touch you, then I'm gonna itch. But anyway, here's the thing, right? I've had a couple of dreams of, at least, note to myself, um, over all these years, two of which sort of are, I don't know, man. Some just stick with you, you know? Now, I'm not going on about no woo woo bullshit or no dreams have meanings. This I've told you for years. You know, science already well knows dreams are made up of things your brain catches, things, you know, you worry about. It does all the brain things. It just, you know, brings together your worries, your troubles, your happy moments, all that shit. Just throws them together. Alright? It gets up to fucking shenanigans when you sleep, okay? But I've always found it helpful to pick those apart throughout my lifetime because it's like, well, okay. Because sometimes when you're awake, you don't really pick up on certain things, or there are things you don't want to address yourself, or something that, you know, and it helps you sort of evaluate yourself and where you stand and what you're maybe feeling you need to work on, all that, you know. And, so, like, shit you're not comfortable thinking about or whatever while you're awake, and you try to keep off your mind, but then comes through when your brain gets up to shenanigans, well, yeah, sleeping. So, I've always found it beneficial to be like, alright, so what the hell is all this shit? And what's actually in my mind? What, you know, can I do? But what, you know, so, science, right? Psychology, etc., I guess. So, self analyzing, uh, tear things apart. The dreams I've had of summer are no different. One of those a while back, I could not figure out why one part of it existed, though I think I knew, but it took me a while to be like, oh, right? And I thought, man, did I just watch the wrong piece somewhere, or whatever? Is it because floppies are different? What is it, you know? But I think what it stood for, what it represented to my sleepy little brain, because I was like, ew, why is that all sexy right there for like 4 seconds in this dream? And even in the dream, I'm not even kidding you. Like, Keys was doing some stuff, and I was like, ew, you know, and I was like, if you can imagine trying to escape that, it's like, right? It was disgusting to me in the dream. I was trying to move away from it, like, you know, I'm trying hell, I was. Like, even in my dream, you couldn't get me to fuck up out of there fast enough, right? Keys all up in my face, and ah, right? And then it blipped over to the next quote scene, whatever. And I do find, uh, and I've told you this for years, that dude is a boring. He's a monster. He's a piece of shit. Very much criminal. He ain't ever gonna change. I don't give a shit about his cleansed asshole either right now. He's been known, and we've all seen it done, and about 18 times over the years, but also it's just sort of his MO in every case too. Then it's I just, whatever. And all types like that are built the same. They're heckin' sorry and have changed and look different for a while. Sometimes even a couple of years it'll fly. But they always come back up. So yeah, no. Anyway, and I've watched what the dude has been personally capable of doing to these children, and you can't explain all that and what he's done in other cases with, oh, well, he was on something. The hell you say? I know other acts, they never get that low or do that much criminal shit or go to those extremes on someone. Hell no. So, fuck y'all. Y'all want to buy that bullshit train, you go right ahead. But they're reformed now, they're better, they're not on. No. So anyway, the dude is disgusting. It works on a lot of people, a lot of lonely women, spitting in the garage. They're like, hey, baby, whatever else. Blech. Right? And that dude is not even cute. Wouldn't touch up with somebody else's 40-foot pole, nothing else. He makes me want to vomit. Alright? And, your number one sign that the motherfucker ain't changed is because his first real shit was him and Cher lifting off scam shit with Andy and Ziggy and Fred and everybody the fuck else on some fake polygraph shit again. And then when he does do a live over on his channel, he first comes back with a goddamn different way, targeting the shit out of my son, doing crazy shit, spinning garbage, spewing the fuck out, and then it's like, and then he's cursed. But I just, see, that's how you fucking know. Ain't a goddamn thing changed right there. Other than people's, well, I ain't changed either, people's continued gullibility. But, alright, so it's like, dear brain, why did we throw that in there? What the hell was there during that dream about summer? But that had to be in there for a split second. And it took me a bit. I knew something within all that just disgusted me, right? It had to be something led to disgust, right? I just couldn't figure out where that disgust resided within the rest of the stuff pulled apart from. And then it took me a bit. I was like, his name, right? And the abhorrent nature of it, and how much it displeased me. And I was turned away in the dream. I was like, something I didn't want to see. Something I didn't want to deal with, right? Okay. Alright. So it's like, look here. And pardon me for a bullhorn Betty moment, but I was like, Jody Sue? What the fuck is this? And it was some of the most basic shit. In a way. Alright? And there are things sometimes happen around all this, even everyday waking moments. Like, you suddenly, even after all these years, you have this, what the fuck, basic bitch thought of how in the hell did I not think about this before, or realize this might be whatever, right? And that's why I always tell you all that even after all these years, y'all may have given up hope. You may think, oh, nobody's ever going to come forward. Nobody'll ever, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. Because if it happens to us, it can happen for others out here in the world who hear or see or go back over the original name, anything, and hear it differently, or hear something they didn't initially, or understand it in a different way, or have different context for it, or things that fit or move. And in that, they can have that fucking aha or breakthrough, that basic shit, like, holy shit, how did that fly over my head that long? Or, oh my god, I can't realize that I didn't realize this was a thing, And that could be all that's needed to bring Summer home and for the arrest of the person or persons responsible. But, anyway, so I knew there was also something featured in this dream that had been featured in another that stuck with me. And it was the was a certain type of wall, a certain type of ceiling, and a certain color on said walls. It, for some reason, featured in both. When Rose was like, what the fuck is my brain trying to... Why? Like, what the hell's up with that, you know? And so that got me on a path of going around, going, well, what types of places might have those things? What would be close inside? What could my brain have maybe picked up over the years, or something other local, or something else? What am I, you know, picking up? Maybe, possibly. I'm not saying I did. I'm just saying I was like, well, did I pick up something from one of the others that I've not really realized to heard or know or whatever. And that's what's bothered. And so I was like, okay, what kinds of buildings or places could feature that keeps appearing in these, right? And what is it that's making me sick and I don't want to see and I want to turn away from that? Wildly enough, after a bit, and it occurred after. I was like, that's it. It's that I don't want to see or like, something, and that bothered me. It's like, shit, bitch. Like, if somewhere in there, something's in there, just cut the hell out. We'll deal with it later. You know? But it's like those moments you can rip your brain out. It's like, dude, just, like, tell me what the fuck it is, But, like, quit being vague about it. But anyway, so I went on a hunt. Locally, because, well, why not? Obviously. You want to go from inside out, right? Closest to furthest. So, started closest first. What kind of buildings or places might feature that color, which is very specific, certain types of ceilings and walls. Well, in very short order, I put in certain things. But Nard, and I'm not even kidding you when I tell you that a picture of Summers Brothers appears instantly at the very top of the Google search results. And I was like, holy shit. And there's this color. And it's right by. I'm like, oh my god. Now, that's totally blue dot, blue barrel, woo woo shit. Right? It just happens to be that these pictures are in the public realm because of the type of setting. Right? So, I do indeed, though, do a whole ass rundown of my mind mentally of particular places that I do know in this area. And then I went and tried to find certain ways online to view them as they were in the year 21 and such, and at that time. So then it got me to thinking, well, yeah, I went broader, right? Of other places that also have similar. So I was like, what else would feature that? Then, wildly enough, yep, I suddenly stumbled upon a red dot that was only found at very elderly ages, right after summer vanished. And in a certain zone, I would say is real curious. Now, you can't tell me somebody that old just suddenly one day decided to be that. Right? No way in hell. It's just when they got caught. That's all. This bothers me because of other things I know in the background. Mm-hmm. Things that might have been occurring at certain times too. So, I'm like, what the fuck? And then this particular person, I start looking into them, and I'm not kidding in the least when I tell you that with all the paperwork on them from the FBI, it's available online, and the case detail, all these things, the place they were going to do these things at. He's lost me again here. I'm out here. Anyway, I'm like, you know what? I want to go look at them. I want to look. So I went and looked. And it was the shit of nightmares. There's that color. Seemingly wild enough. The strange furniture flavor that was featured in both dreams. Goddamn ceilings. And you wouldn't believe where it's at. And what sort of pipeline it fits. And this is just me, but there's no way that nobody around those things where this person seemingly was very comfortable operating did not know that this person was operating around them, potentially for decades. You never know, right? And how many others very close to them seem to be being asked things about others just like them, of others, maybe possibly being looked at or visited or who knows what else, right? But the problem, there's so many problems. There's so many things there. Right? Uh-huh. So, oh yeah, there is. Mm-hmm. Can't tell me people run away. But then again, in that path is a perfect hunting ground. And I mean that. A perfect hunting ground. Places to, I don't know, stay for predators. Perfect places for predators to pick up prey. Perfect outlets and inlets for those to vanish with no trace, no last knowns. And the potential there for most of those to be people that aren't really going to be looked for or cared enough about to be looked for. It's all there, you know. But there are things there. There are more things than just that. Now, I know it's all just dreams, right? But on all this, right, in the middle of all this, whatever the hell that was, is, etc., I still expand. And on the hunt for all I. And I realize basic shit. Like I said, there's moments of like, how in the fuck did you not think of XYZ? And here's where the help of, or the ears of other locals, are those who can help, who are close enough to all of this and inside the community. And this is what I would ask. I think I would ask the others inside of the community think about all the spots or possibilities in between 3 or 4 outlets and inlets within a certain radius. I would ask that you think about spots on Tuesday, June 15th of 21, that you might have seen somebody pulled over at. Might have been something closed, or a church, or even somebody you know, like maybe using anything in your property, pulled over for any reason, just something that, you can think of. Did you see anybody that you might not have thought of on June 15th as you passed going back and forth to your homes or back and forth out to town, whether that be out here towards 81 and Kingsport, or out towards Greenville, or out towards Rogersville, any of that. On your ways back and forth today, or through the gaps, or any of those, okay? But I would say it's more likely that this would be something done more in the interior and center zone, per se, and not necessarily out at anything super public. All right? So maybe you seen somebody that you do know necessarily didn't think nothing about, and they were like, hey man, my vehicle, or like, it needed water, so I just stopped and used your water spout. Or, hey man, I just pulled in for a minute on my vehicle. Or, I had a bee sting me, ow. Or, yeah, that's the reason I was on your shit that day, or why I was on your ring, or on your barn cameras or something. Or, maybe you seen somebody pulled off at one of the, closed things within a certain zone that maybe shouldn't have been there, but you didn't think anything about because, well, you know that person, or you recognize that vehicle, or no, so and so could have never been responsible for part. It was that you didn't even think about it. Something you wouldn't have even thought about at the time, and may not still. Did anybody have anyone show up at any of the churches that may have had access to or with open doors that may have used outdoor spigots or have been there? Did any of y'all have anyone, being like, oh man, I spilled something in my vehicle or etc. This, that, and the other, and dude, I was just there on your property. So I was just washing it off. Yeah, I mean, something you wouldn't have thought about and may not still. Did you see on your church cameras or other things? Did you see anyone on a Tuesday that really should have been there, but you thought, nah, it's one of the members of this or persons of that or whatever, and they agrees them. But normally on a Tuesday during certain hours, and you'd never seen such before, but you didn't think anything of it then, and may not still. Did any of you inside of the community around the area have someone close to you or that you know come in and over the next day or two suddenly want to wash or detail vehicles? Did any of you have somebody around you or come into your homes or anything that suddenly, maybe doesn't normally do laundry after coming in after work or anything like that, but suddenly wanted to throw things in? Or did you notice anybody that come in wearing something different and gave you some sort of weird excuse why, or maybe you didn't even ask why that you can think of now and you may not have thought anything of then? Did any of you locally find any clothing for adults? I know in our area that's, you know, but did you find anything on your properties or even in the ditch lines or anything, or thrown out like in the chicken bags or anything? And I know a great deal of us were going through those after summer vanished, with our stomachs turning each and every one that we went through in the ditch lines and otherwise. Did any of y'all see any clothing? And I know that's a hard one because, Lord mercy, we all know here some of them shake and bake rolling types. They just get hot and sweaty or something, or some hooker bag or something. They just throw their shit out. I know. Did you happen to come across clothing you couldn't quite explain inside of your barns, buildings, outbuildings, anything like that, even if it was years later? Maybe nothing on them or anything, but did they seem like, well, wait a minute, these aren't the sizes of, or this there? You thought, well, it's just trespassers or some hanky panky by some man or barn or something. They left their shit behind, or you didn't think anything of that then, but you may now. And I know, guys, locally, it's hard thinking that someone you know may be responsible, especially those you love, care about, friends, or family of. I understand. I know there are people around all of us that we'd all say, hey, there's no way, there's this, there's that. And I will tell you, there are certain ones that I know for a fact would not. And I mean, I think we all have those, right? There are also certain people that I've watched the whole world slam down on and annihilate locally or especially right there near Boone Hill that I know damn well weren't even like a potential if possible. They weren't even located in there, all kinds of shit that they, so I know that they aren't factors of any right. There's no way they can be. And I do know many throughout the community for the same reasons. And their work scopes, all these other things, I know they could not be. So there's always things like that, right? Um, but guys, on like every every crime on TV when like the real news, interviews people, and you always have like that neighbor or coworker or spouse or somebody or something inevitably going, I would have never thought that of John Doe or, you know, Kyle No Name, you know? We're shocked. It's usually those types. But then again, you know, I don't know about y'all locally, but I I personally don't want to be one of those assholes on the news going, I would have never thought that of. But I'd ask that you think really, really hard. And hell, it probably already occurred to most of you. I was a little late, you know. Maybe on basic thoughts, and I'm sure Ellie and Feds have already, like, yeah, like, second one. But the thing is, if, like, certain things weren't said or reported that somebody's seen or heard or found or has something on a ring or that they didn't think anything of, and a person they didn't think anything of, you know, then, or when law enforcement did question down and around the community and those things were known, but people are like, no, man, it's typical of them to be da da da, or it's this there, there was a good reason or an explanation, then they might not have looked as close as, and you may not thought as much into. Right? Now, I think also that certain things apply around certain characters, obviously. And I think some people be pretty noticeable if they left their clothing in and around anywhere because of certain builds and such. I think some are probably more meticulous with clothing and things that cost more, harder to obtain or has to be tailored to. So I don't know that that would apply to certain characters. They'd be more likely to wash and keep on the. Did you catch whatever the hell was retracted there by chance? 'Cause I really need to get some new glasses. And which Nunya is that? Is that the good one, the bad one, or is that a fucking penny? Do I want to see? Do I want to click the thing? Do you know where that thing? Well, that's weird. Oh dear. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this. Nope. Am I back? Maybe. Maybe. So anyway, I would encourage everyone to think back, and maybe not even to just June 15th, but throughout maybe even the days after that, especially the quieter days around Father's Day and things. Um, Someone suddenly doing something different, acting strange, being maybe over your places or this place or yonder, washed off, especially scrubbing down vehicles, anything like that, I mean, or maybe, you got somebody pulled into like church, had access, did it, whatever, and came in, you see him come in and out, clothes changed. Later on, they made sure to conveniently mention that they'd spilled a drink, they'd done this, they'd done that, shit like that. And that you didn't think a thing about, you know, at the time. But you might now. And, or that maybe me saying this helps show up one of those, shit moments. Something just never hit you and you go, fuck, why not? But I gotta tell you, um, just certain things that you could sort of almost guarantee. And one of those you think will be someone washing or scrubbing down of vehicles or cleaning certain things or making sure to detail anything like that. Uh, Maybe clothing stuff. And I mean, there's just been so many strange things, right? And then, I mean, those strange things do start, obviously, on Ben Hill. Hell, even at one point, you have Candace and Candace Sr. Weirdly enough, washing their hands with water on a tailgate. Now, for all years that, I was like, why in the hell would you waste the good known sulfurous water on it? But, I mean, hell, it could have been sulfur just put in jugs and left out there. But then why are you going to go through the trouble of blowing a tailgate, having water in there, about all this shit, and then wash your hands? Like, when you could just all walk in like 4 feet and wash your hands, don't have to go through any of that extra. And for people who I know aren't necessarily, I just, it's always been one of those things about like the throwing of certain cell phones places that day, supposedly. So, it's just weird things like that, too. Things that always sort of nag at you. And there could be innocent and totally plausible explanations for many reasons otherwise you could think of, though. But, and no, but I just. The weirdness definitely starts there at one team. Where it goes from there is anybody's guess. And a whole lot of those things, like everything, could just be blue dot, blue barrel, bullshit. The brain enjoys patterns, it picks up on them, caveman, lizard brain, all that. Susceptible to things like that. Things can always be innocent but made to look or make you go even though they shouldn't. And there can be plausible explanations for it. So I always try to balance that. I can look at it all day, but I don't mean it is so. And I can be like, meh, with something, and that actually be a thing, just like the rest of the world. And that's why nobody run any of this jack shit. Only law enforcement, real feds, and real journalists are. And so, always listen to them and fuck everything and everyone else. Seriously. But, either way, I am after all these years. I mean, and even in the beginning, it's, I think, part of why, and combined with how this group operates and draws you out and makes you think it's sort of got to do, but it ain't. And then you got Canis and on, you got Monsters, all the shit combined, and all the crazy, what the fuck's going on, fuckery, friendship, ass patting over in Hawkins with, and all that going on too at that time. But you don't realize all the things in real time. But I think that in the beginning, what bothered me is, for so long, so many months prior to that, all of us in the community are aware that, you know, even from the beginning days, C and D were shitting on all the rest of us and picked up their targeting of just Fred and neighbors, plural, and community, and we're all like, oh, we only hang out with good people. We didn't even know, da da da, and just shitting all over everybody and pointing fingers and all this and there. But I personally didn't understand this group or anything. I didn't even know it existed, let alone, in the ways it does and all this. So, you know, and the way in which the groups combine, like Coop mentioned, those groups tend to go together, and like so many feds and law enforcement tell you in case after case that they do, because they're pretty damn well aware of it. Um, and you see their theatrics like in Summers and Sebastian's, and like what Ryan did trying to get in Layla and Holly-Ann's and shit with that pink outfit and the creek thing, and then Jenny and pretended to sweat, all that crap. But he did it with Emma, about the way Emma and the rest of this group operated with social media, and they did it to Chris and Katie and all him and Sebastian. Same method, right? Same thing was done to me, but it's Squall and imitator, in the Facebook group, and pictures of the kids, and then it's something based on, you know, fuckery, and then I just can't with it. So, that's the thing. Didn't that come from somewhere? And that was, I don't know. But it's awful tiresome and ridiculous and exhausting and life destroying to many of us around this. Watching these jerk offs who are absolute monsters, whether guilty or innocent, doesn't matter. They're still goddamn monsters, and I personally do not believe they should ever breathe a free breath again on this planet for just what they have done. No matter the, you know, events of June 15th and whatever the truth is and behind all that. So, I just don't like the fact that those assholes absolutely did target, fuck around with, and fuck over the entire area, like 14 counties wide, to cover their own buttholes, whether guilty or innocent. I don't like that they sent this fucking group and patty caked with them to do it. See, that's what really reeks about that core group and buttoning up, because some of them, it's half their people done it. I don't know. Either way, I didn't like that. I still don't. You know, I don't think many of us around here do like that. Never have. So that's part of it. It's like, no, I think coming at her nicely and being like, this area is not what you think it is. Uh, Most everybody's perfectly normal, upstanding, fine citizens, or absolutely and actually reformed by this matter. Thought that would help lessen whatever fuckery was going on around here. And keep certain folks, even if I was very nice about the way in which I did so and spoke publicly, or what it seemed like to the public. You know, I tried to be like, no, we're gonna shut some of this bullshittery down, targeting others and shit and all the rest of us. Like, what the fuck? You know? That we didn't knew we knew shit didn't quite align. Even instantly on June 15th. All of us left going, what the fuck? You know? So, you know, and for all the years since. But, yeah, it's one of the things that'll be forever, like, till somebody gives an explanation. And there are things, like, if you're one of us that day and then, you know, everything in the middle of all that chaos, just everything, there are certain things you realize that aren't right, or if you know each other for lengths of time, or most of your lives, or all of your lives, you know, and you realize things that aren't typical or out of the norm, changes of behavior, things that also are consistent, and all this, you know, you're able to, you know, and it's just deviation of, and but you know, I don't care how many of us around here they want to point fingers at, and I mean not just those assholes or Freds or anybody else is like them or the core group or otherwise. Um, and play look here, look there, look everywhere, horse on the run, dead man this, whatever that, obit this, that, and the other. A cemetery, you know, on the road and everything else. Oh God, I'm itching because of this. Anyway, I don't. The truth and the fact remains that something funky went down in and around 110. The people last known to be with Summer are those who are responsible for Summer, right? We as a community cared for Summer and her brothers, but we weren't up there in 110. We were not her parents. And this world puts a whole lot of shit on everyone else, and in an uneven manner. Does anybody else find it odd that social media seems to slam down harder and put somehow more responsibility and weight on everyone else than Candace and Dawn, or Candace Sr., though they were the last known to be with Summer and responsible for, and the parents and grandparents of? But instead, they go on about the rest of us. Who's asking for that to be done? Why is that being done? Yeah, of course, it's the circuit and this group and more drama and more views, all that. Yeah, that's in there. But there's something else darker behind it. And the fuck of it all is that, and like I've always told you, it doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter, don't get me wrong. It doesn't matter if they're responsible or not in that way. Like, accident, intentional removal, anything like that, right? Whatever it may be. They would still be doing the exact same fucking thing with this group. I've always told you that. The reason why is because I've seen them do this exact same shit on a smaller scale while trying to set up motherfuckers and trying to cash in and blackmail instantly while things are bleeding, dying, and screaming. And, and I don't mean humans or anything else. I just mean I've seen them with their shit. Just like, wildly enough, their dog trail in 5 minutes and a weird day shit. Probably one of the only ones on this earth that has proof that they've done such fuck shit prior. So this is not new. I think even police reports and things on them both throughout most of their lives will show you the same flip-flop and the pointing at others and how they attempt to set up and then the tit for tat and friends and the same revolving nature of everything. They always find birds of a feather to flock together, like they can sense each other out. What is up with predators like that, bro? So yeah, all those things apply, but I've watched what they're capable of. I've been at the spear tip of it before with them, so I can tell you they are capable of doing exactly what this place has helped them magnify, even if they are in no way responsible. And they wouldn't give a shit one way or the other. Just that they didn't look like whatever everybody else had shit thrown at them, and they benefited off of it somehow. And that's a true goddamn story. So, and I've got the goddamn receipts, you see. But those are seeds. They play into something far, far darker. That touches hands with something that definitely connects with core groups. Which is where real concern picks up for me and why things in my heart and brain and stomach nag so incessantly and scream, most especially these days. Maybe one day some of us will be able to speak freely. Or it will be okay to do so. Because all some of us can do and have been able in ways to do for many reasons throughout all these years. Because of our certainty that the person or person responsible is watching. Because this group is also in play. And because of certain things locally. And because of certain extreme hindering, tampering, cyber stalking, real life stalking, terror rained on and gone extraordinarily real life on a whole abundance of us, especially what seems like witnesses to June 15th, that somebody or several somebodies feel some type of fucking way about. Maybe one day. And if people cannot understand why, and we don't have necessarily a guidebook. Sometimes things happen that we maybe know what areas or things to stay away from, or what might be common sense or best, and things like that. But there's no guidebook, not really. Um, but some of us do not want to hurt anything or bother anything, and if you cannot understand why, it is paramount that this particular group working with certain locals and how it connect back and could to parties or people responsible for summer vanishing, and how that knowledge need not be with this group who does fuck shit with certain locals, tampers their thing, inserts, like the beloved ICU and the sunflowers and the whatevers and oh my, right? And everybody else like that, and what they're doing inside the community don't understand because you're not one of us locally know how far this has gone and how long it's been going on with certain critters, talking to everybody and inserting around, and these people having other locals used against other locals and all this, and how do these motherfuckers, seriously, no shit, how do they know they're not talking to or sharing shit with the person or persons responsible? And then, yeah, that's the thing. This group, though, look at other cases like Leah, Lonnie, and Reed. Knowing they'll definitely work with guilty as fuck parties to try to get them off shit, dude. I ain't got no problem with that. There's no soul or heart here. This place cares not for true justice. It arrests. The MO is to destroy the case. The longer it goes on, the more money this place makes. And the more they have chances of getting away with what they do in each and every case. And so on and so forth, And doing whatever. Fun fact. So anyway, if you can't understand why, it's not wise locally to be sharing with these people or feeding out everyone and everything around or having contact with these son of a bitches. I don't know what to tell you. If the public cannot understand that no matter what, there's perpetrators out here that could help use anything said or known to then try to formulate some way around if ever questioned or asked about certain things, right? And then to listen to creators who will tell you everybody's in riddles and bets and card minds. It's like, yeah, okay, well, I wonder why. There's certain things this group does not need, and boy, they will do anything, including trying to get you murdered to get some shit or what you know. Or what child witnesses know and shit. Y'all have watched that out in public. Out in front of the world that's been done by this group. What we're now going to call Ryan's group, though it's not, but Jenny, Adrian, Penny, Andy, Scott, Wild Ant, not Scott, Link, and Squall and the rest, and it just goes and comes and whatever, and Nanners for sure playing in it, calling for, and the releasing of the hounds, right? By, oh, wait, what was it? Oh, Shay of the Xanax tribe in Kentucky to do certain things to my children while they were all cahooting around with a person misusing their job in Texas or Ohio and had access to certain things too, and it's supposed to be a child advocate. Mm-hmm. That's weird. But when you realize the links this group will go to, and it's not just online dearies, and how they can affect, destroy, how there are real perpetrators out here, all these things, then I don't know what to tell you. If you want to listen to creators, be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. I just want to say, no, I mean, I think most of us love to come out here and be like, hey, there's real help. There's a real section of somewhere online. They're real web sleuth. They're real, like, beautiful mind motherfuckers that really do want. Nah, they ain't. They motherfucking ain't. They ain't. I would have loved for that to have been the case. I thought I'd find that somewhere here in all these years. Ain't happened yet. Ain't happened yet. You know? I would have loved for. And I'm not kidding you. I know they don't do this type of thing, but I would have loved the fucking feds to just. I mean, and then some stuff's hindsight too, but I would love, like, just get everybody into a damn room all at once, right? Everybody. Just let everybody be like, fuck you, motherfuckers. This is what da 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 and what I know. Da 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 da. I mean, everybody. Right? Around any of this. Just put them in a giant gymnasium. Let us all just be like, all right, motherfucker. This is what, and see if feds can't pick up on something. Yeah, but obviously it's not a thing. Or like line everybody up on polygraphs. Just go down the line. I don't know. Waterboard everybody. Fuck, I don't know, but I really do. In hindsight, you just wish that, at least for me, but then again, by the time the feds hit everything, but I mean, like, I wish from the second one that road and entire area had been locked down. I mean, absolutely locked down. Nobody even allowed out to, like, work, nothing else. Nobody that did not live inside of Beach Creek allowed in. Every searcher or this and that are vetted and not affiliated with social media. I wish that everybody, I mean, everybody in the whole fucking valley's devices were fucking taken, goddamn phones jerked out of the walls. Just absolutely shut down. For at least a few weeks. But, you know. Never seen them really do such thing, but I wish it were possible, and I wish it was a thing. I wish a lot of things. I know what I wish the most, though. I wish that law enforcement had kept everybody and everyone away from the wells. I wish they had taken all their shit, kept them away from phones, electronics, whole nine, and anybody from visiting that fucking property or being on it. For not just days or weeks, but months. That would have been, yeah. That would have probably, listened to everything all in one go. Sure would. Not let those like radar and others touch fucking ground. Made examples of those like Jamie Wilson, Cam and Alley, 423, Linder, Squall, type of shit. Scott H, stupid ass. Yeah, I was thinking about something last night. Right? And don't forget that Scott, along with PG and Ziggy, helped build up, and a lot of the origin points for like those like Nature, D, CZ, others, they're all rotating in Scott's room, but they were definitely part of Ziggy and crew and his hair prior. But Scott definitely had those built behind the scenes and ready to come out. And boy, it ain't stopped since. And that little quiet motherfucker in his naked spaghetti chair, I'll tell you what. His links with what seems to be like construction, pill mill shit, I don't know. Hard telling. And what's told to be his actual genetic relations to some is the lie. But do y'all remember in the way back and through all the years what he was really obsessed with? Still was, wildly enough, when the last few times I seen him come out of the darkness there and pop up in his naked spaghetti chair. Hold your hand up, not in the chat, but to yourselves, if you remember what Scott's super obsession was. I mean, yeah, obviously it was some of this, some of that, Alright. But what was his actual, what did he actually seem to hold interest in? Summers seemed more personal to him, didn't it? I mean, boy, a whole lot of us through all these years, it's like he has just targeted the fuck out of us. Almost like it's personal for him, huh? I always got that weird vibe from the dude. But does anybody remember what his obsession and real interest was? Summer seemed to be, didn't really, I mean, like her name, when he'd say it, things wasn't the same way he would say the other, and how every panel, everywhere he visited, what he wanted others to pick up on, and what he wanted them to pay attention to. Do y'all remember? Anybody? I do. Her name was Cassidy Rainwater. She vanished not long after summer. Well, she had vanished prior, but she'd been reported at. And then, basically, by the time the world, or public, or even Scott, knew about it, case was essentially solved. People rested on it. So I never could quite figure out his bender on that. But he spent more time and more effort actually talking about her and with more real something. I don't know, he was super obsessed, you know? And he wanted other creators to be aware of it. More people, I mean, more valid looking pieces than his horseshit in Summers, right? And really just targeting us at what seems like some personal level for that dude. Um, Cassidy was different to him. Now, if you know the backstory, and I didn't, I know I'd seen pieces here and there. I mean, I'm not a true crime person, right? I knew at the time, you know, what was coming here and there, but I just, in the middle of this cast, I just, you know. But that dude just wouldn't stop, right? And every creator and every panel, even after, obviously, arrests have been made, convictions had, he just wouldn't stop with it. And there was something there, man, and he always wanted to talk about other creators, wanted them to pick it up, even though, why would they? Because you know how this group operates, right? If you know the story behind Rainwater, and look, the other night's the first time I really, when I thought about it, and I don't know, night before, I wasn't feeling so good, but something hit me, and I was like, that's, and I don't remember what it was, but I was like, wait a minute. Cassie Rainwater was a young woman who was down sort of on her luck. She had two children, I believe. Her exes and stuff were in good standing. They asked her to come to them, you know, and they'd help her back up on her feet. And she did not go that route somehow, some way, and I still don't know all the details. So, you know, I didn't go that far because it disturbed me, as it should anyone. But because of things stirring about, it's really hard to stomach right now. Which A lot of things throughout the years have been for me just because of summer. But the other night, looking into it, here's this woman. She's been taken, and it wasn't, like everything started becoming public, I believe, in uh, July or so of 21. Uh, Never could figure out but either way. And it never made sense, especially now that I know the dates things a little bit, for him to have even latched onto it in that way. He was fucking obsessed. Still talked about it one of the last times I seen him around the streets. And this young woman, blonde hair, etc., whole nine. She ends up being taken by a man, but then there's two men involved. The property looks similar to properties around these areas, obviously, you've seen. Long stretches of driveway, even to them, remote, blah blah, rural. Uh, Obviously, I believe that this happened, Missouri. So, and they said something about the Ozarks territory. So, but there ends up being photos of her on the dark web in a cage. She was tortured, this, the other. I'm sure the worst things you could imagine. And I didn't want to read all those details, and I still don't. But then they strangle her, and then they go back using equipment meant to process meat. And then they dismembered, and they did all these things. They said they processed her. I don't know. I couldn't look really beyond that, but I gotta tell you, it's a little strange lately. I mean, I know what could potentially be part of Scott's problem and why he's slamming down at certain locals in certain ways, or why things seem personal potentially, especially if some things are true. However, and then Scott has a tiny man. God bless us all. That dude. I know people say it's hard listening to me, but Lord. Oh. Anyway, and he's one of those you can hear when he speaks that he's a fucking piece of abusive vermin. And they ain't something quite right. And let's not even get started on how he did this one big, bad, terrible thing that outweighed all the others in his whole life. And he very early on had sympathy for people going to prison and getting killed in there for just being, y'all know what the fuck. And how he just, ugh, just can't even with that dude. He's a counselor, he does all the parks, he does this, does that, blah, blah, blah. He can get out and drive with Daddy, but for some reason never could drive for the first vid, or the first live stream, and I mean, ain't nothing about that dude adds up. Alright, but anyway. Besides all that, Scott also wanted to be the local, I believe. And he was mad at anybody else that, what you seen, like, horn in on his expert shit. And that dude really did run even Michelle Walks, everybody else, feeding him out shit for a long time. Many years still does. I'm sure back there behind the scenes with his little stamper in his sector of bullshit. But, and that Scott lives right there in a grouping and smattering, allegedly, with all the other little core members of Doom. Oh no, guys. I just don't know. Anyway, Scott there, who also hangs out with them in the noses and shit, he's like Don B. K. Don B wanted to come here pretending he was local, just like Shay came on like pretending she was local. Bitch, I ain't local. Now, who the fuck really knows what Scott is? I'm just saying, he came too pre-doxed, you know what I mean? Like a bunch of others. It's always hard to, you know. But either way, the thing is, um, something fucking real wrong with that dude. But yeah, they get pissed him off. Anybody locally that come on, and that's the weird part. He says he was them, those, hanging out in hollers of shit. And then, but early on, I caught him in so much shit that wasn't right or accurate. And that he should have known if he was hanging out with thems and those, and then those and thems and the places. He wasn't even remotely right. Not even near the bullseye. See, that's what the fuck weirds me out. And the thing is, you can pick somebody from 2 cities away from here, and that place is notorious enough that they could be closer to the bullseye on certain facts known about that place than Scott was. That's the fuck shit of it all. I don't know. But I think Scott got into his local expert feelers about an abundance of it. But that Scott also was finally the one that managed to lift off the actual full-on, full-tilt boogie scamathon with TM and Draw and all them after Share and the J4 and all that shit didn't lift off with the We Could Leave You Hopeless people. All that shit didn't work apparently. Which I didn't know about that till way later on. So, you know, I always thought the first gaming was the first one because I wasn't here, didn't know, wasn't on social media and all that shit. So, not like that. So I was unaware. And I was unaware why Squall was pissed at the whole group when they did, you know, all that shit. But then I come to find out, and Squall tried to lift off the first one. His phone call Mary was used by one sector, and J4 McDonough and all these, and Cher was playing, you know, the tripod game with everybody, right? And everybody wasn't cahooting like one and all that shit. Fuck out of here. And for a weird 50K amount, like, I just, you know, these amounts are here, they funky. They're always funky. And speaking of J4, did anybody notice that suddenly she's super advertising for Nazi lockdown? And somehow, wildly enough, trying to take down Trisha and Web Sleuths. I rarely watch Jay. I don't like her. And she's a piece of shit. But, and part of this group for sure. Facts, right? But I find it weird that's occurring right now. To me, as that scent of holy shit, are they going to play this game again? Like, I know they already did it. Jamie Wilson's in danger because of McDonough shit, which is bullshit. Now, at the time when I first started hearing about it, I was like, oh god, they've put some else in danger. Because they've actually done that to us. I never really went back until later on and looked at, I mean, hell, it's probably still up. Go look at that motherfucker's account. Tell me he ain't a whole ass con, scamming, multi-case, and political provocateur shit and scammer like the rest of them around here. That does both realms, like Ernie and half of these fucking sleuths and the hills in the fucking air and Bullhorn and the rest, right? And little critters. So, yeah, he is. And I can't believe that Web Sleuth, who's Jamie was with as a local, in other cases like Boswell's and shit. You tell me none of those Web Sleuth extraordinary don't fuck with cat sell-off channel motherfuckers weren't smart enough to go look at Jamie Wilson's channel and be like, oh, this is a whole hot mess piece of shit. No, what they did was they used that motherfucker to go dirty on the ground. Like they had in Boswell's and others. Just like a whole bunch. Like everybody's like, oh, 423 started his account just like whatever and summer disappeared. That's because he had to have a new one because he was already fucking around another shit forum with him. Give me a break. But, you know, they threw off Jamie, right, under the guise of, oh, McDonough caused him danger. No, they needed Jamie Wilson's link to vanish and to make him look like, you can't touch this. Yeah, McDonough said that stupid shit, got the Jamies mixed up. Yeah, whatever, right? But, that was way eating away evidence. About like they did the Moselle shit and this group shit and everything else shit. Now, if you know web sleuths, Scott H and all them are in there, about like AB's and McDonough's groups and others, and Discords prior to starting all these things apply. But, Scott was, oh, that he was just amazing. But Jenny and Adrian were back there as well. So were others. Obviously. Obviously. A few feathers. Hey. Hey, guys. Anyway. Whole bunch of you motherfuckers come from there. A lot of you operating behind the scenes as little researchers for Web Sleuth, who you were sucking off of, still thinking they had the power of the don't fuck with cats shit. I think that went to the wayside, but here's where a whole abundance came from, including Scott. Now, we're at least rotating around. Now, I find it weird that there's suddenly Jay is attacking web sleuths and Trisha. I find it strange that bitch even come up in my shit as advertised yesterday. Honestly, can't stand her. Anyway, and her roles inside Summer's case have been many. Oh, but wait. She actually helped give rise to the scamming and conning. It was Cam and Twister and 423 with all the flyer fuckery and the donation. You remember all that? Yeah, that was Jay. And oh, that was also Jay that, Don wouldn't speak to Bobo, but Jay got him on a call and then WJHL had her on. Even though Don wasn't supposed to speak about the boys. Wasn't it? Uh-huh. Either way, Jay advertising for a fucking Nazi, abusive, piece of shit tragedy pound. It was pulled many scams, including raising money to come here for Summer's advances, or never made it. Obviously, just, I can't with that. But, and then him and Cher did that Cam and Alley thing, the hotel wake up thing, and then certain local characters like Vincent and appeared and swore scamming, though it seems like once again they actually come out in the good and then people started fundraising for them like every day. It's very strange what happens around that group. Anyway. But yeah. I find it weird. And then she wants to be calling out, Trisha for scamming or I don't know, trying to get some old lady's estate or something. I don't know what it is. But Jay acting like that's a new hot take inside this community. Are you kidding me? I think Nick and Rat, a few others did that a few times. They pretend not to. I think more than abundance. Oh, look at that old lady over there wearing Doug's fucking tattoo on her ass. You serious? This shit happens right here all the time. Setups in front of the world that make you all think that these things are legit. Like, I recall a few fake tit moments around here and set-up-y things and certain people supposedly with money, right? I mean, just there's been some weird shit. Things like the Scamathon #1, not Squalls and not the others after, but like mentioned today in certain Brooks Live, and I believe that was the second one because they decided to look. Things are mentioned. It's known by this community that often what happens is certain money will be raised under certain guises, and then yeah, that money might get to where, right? But this whole realm makes money off of the back and forth and know you're scamming, know this, know that, da 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 the whole time. And see, that'll look like legit money. They make a fortune on it. And then inevitably, you'll have one or two ask for refunds. I believe Tawanda was it in Scamathon territory. And then it'll make it seem like, oh, the money's been, and then more will actually give because of that. Now, in other things looking back, it looks like that's happened more than once with Tawanda and other characters inside of this group who do that or have, and some may be legit and asking for XYZ back and whatever. But you'll see multiple characters under multiple names, same voices doing things in certain areas throughout all these years, and many cases. And many of these scams and cons in between, their little pebbles in chat and their preferred mods and little watchers you all and studiers you all to figure out what y'all got and you can't always end up fucking funnel you dry, that type of shit. Train the wells dry in between. But in that, it's pretty well known that they've taken people for their houses, estates, it's nothing new. Many in this group you watch every day have done it, participated in it, whatever. But the shit that Dre Ford and the rest have gotten up to, and y'all clearly know Nazi Matt Lockdown over there is done. And with enforced, like, seriously? You're gonna call it Trisha, but none of the other folks, huh? Really? This seems like maybe somebody's trying to firmly bow tie up and tidy up the mess on the way out the door. It smells like something, leave Jamie alone, something, I'm deleting all the McDonough pieces I've ever done. I really trust that dude. Something, I'm gonna go apologize to Don. And then, like, a Moselle yeeted away after, I don't know, McDonough's crew used her, he allowed blah blah, and then yeeted away all evidence. Something ain't right here, man. Anyway, but what I did catch today was tap in. I can't figure out why a bunch of monster predator abusive son of bitches are up or even talking about anyone else's trauma or stories or anything else, but that's typical right here. And I don't want to say her name, but obviously you know who I'm talking about. Most of you watch. And that, like I said in the way back, they were used to get near Hunter, which is real strange, and I thought was pretty sick way back. But, this is not the first time we've heard of these things. They've recently regurgitated it. People raise money, supposed to go places, then a certain sector pretend to be anti-trash pimp, calling out shit, being all cleansed and choir boyed and funeral directored up, wants to start the lift off. The whole group makes money off of it then. Meanwhile, they're telling you everything today, everything's been paid back by the lawyers, whatever the fuck that was, right? And so be it, right? Meanwhile, they're all telling you that nobody made money, kept money, illicitly, etc. They're pocketing it. No, homies, they don't have to. They don't have to. They've made fucking bank on it over the last few weeks, bringing it back up, making it a thing, then knowing it wasn't going to turn out because they were going to hint wink make sure it didn't. Because one thing I did hear today was one of the panelists or somebody say something about there's a certain group around here part of it. They'll make sure real victims or real survivors don't actually get justice, because that's sort of what it's about. Some group always intercedes. Yeah, no shit. Or right when a victim or survivor can finally reach for help, this group will be like, oh, we'll help you, and then they'll fuck you up to where, no, they're actually fucking you up, and then they can use this drama and torment the shit out of you and use your story to make money on. Oh wait, that's familiar. Shit. And they'll even use your abusers up on panels to do it and pay them handsomely. Oh shit. Sounds real familiar. I don't know why. Oh, they'll make you think they're gonna get you lawyer, but they'll actually cut you off from any lawyers. They'll make you think that you'll be able to fly for, oh no, and then they'll cut that off. Oh, fuck. Fuck! That sounds familiar. Why does that sound familiar, Don? Anyway, and then they'll use your story and go on about it, and then they'll swear they ain't making nothing, everything got where blah, 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 right? Meanwhile, the money is made in what looks like above the table. because, well, they've done it by intaking memberships and links and clicks and views and da 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 and PayPals and Cash Apps and everything else for their hard work. And oh my gosh, one section was done wrong, and oh my gosh, one section's calling it out, and they're all in on it together, turns out. While the victim or survivor suffers, and they're using their goddamn story to profit off of some more. The use of this person, whether they were willing at certain times or not to play with this group, or those like parents who pushed them into anything else, matters not. It's the fact that somebody's being used here, and it ain't these creators. You all are by the creators. But y'all gotta watch where you step. I mean, we've been through this enough, right? Well, the recent retelling of Lisa J. to it reeks the holy hell. And part of me wonders, like, did they really just make sure she was shit faced? And that whole wild part, like, calls into law enforcement, like, you know damn good and well back in the day, that shit was reported, known by law enforcement, caused a million calls of chaos. So why redo it again? And then why get her to what seems like study, add in shit that she hadn't the first time? Well, that make her seem like a liar, or, you know what I mean? And then she's shit faced, she's alive, doesn't think much about it. You pay her to get up there, possibly, potentially, in my opinion, allegedly. And she thinks it ain't gonna go much nowhere. But then you just suddenly, like, you get in a phone call to somewhere, right? Then wouldn't that discredit anything you said, that if there wasn't actually any truth to it? It might. It might. But then you gotta ask yourselves, who'd want that to be done? Who would want, if there's any grain of truth in anything Lisa J said, who'd want that deleted in a way that sets her up or makes her look like this there ain't worse than she is, or more unbelievable, or to where if maybe she told them what she's been doing for with this group or anything else, because she does seem creator-centric these days. That's why I thought it was a fake panelist at first. That, and I never really listened to much of her anyway, though I knew the over story, It sounds just like when Jose added in shit. And just like when certain other characters added in shit. Around summer and everything. And for me, I can always sort of sniff those out. You think the public could too, but it only ever seems to happen, honestly, after an ICU insert in a Jenny and Adrian crew. Right? I gotta tell you, ICU, that one does get around. But we'll say ICU and characters like her. But seems like every time the databases track someone down, or anybody gets a hold of someone, suddenly everybody ran everything. They just add in a whole 6 months worth of shit. You can clearly tell they're studying creators, studying all of us, getting prepped by, I don't know, Justin's, ICU's, Jenny's, Adrian's, whatever. And I love to yeeted away and out of existence all the pieces where Jenny and Adrian and all are having meltdowns because Justin took all their hard work in tracking down Jose. That's I'd say it's rather telling, quite frankly. But yeah, you just have a whole host of these motherfuckers running around the streets. I mean, you've always had the fake ones that try to pretend to be local or a searcher or one of us, this, that, Yeah, I've seen so many through the years. But then there are others when they touch base with what are majors run everything or might be. I don't know what they do to them, man, but suddenly they all got extras, extra stories, add-ons, add-in-betweens. You can tell their language is very creator-centric. They know too much things, just, And Lisa J the other day, damn sure sounded like that. And she was more creator sympathetic than, you know what I mean? Shit face, sure. But I don't get it. It seems like there's a whole lot of cleaning up going on around here, honestly. But with things like that, you also have to wonder who's wanting that to go away. Is it just the group and their connections and to make sure that Lisa J says, hey, they paid me to do XYZ or got me to do XYZ and wouldn't necessarily be believed about like Cam and Alley, might not about Slay or any of the other shit they got up to, like targeting I and my children on purpose with things already known and debunked and false calls and Amy Tate tweakers at vigils and oh my and shit like that. Don't know, right? And then behind it all, is there a perpetrator or someone who knows who they are driving the goddamn dirty bus? I bet so. I'd bet so. I'd put pretty good odds on it anyway. And that's where I'm at most days, which is making it harder and harder to sort of come on and stay within bounds or to watch my tongue. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing though. It's like they'll scream at those around us. Be like, that's the thing, Dad. It's always been the thing. They'll somehow mind fuck the world into making everyone like think they make them think we're all making fortunes or something, bro. And I hear that shit still continually, even though this group and all those involved, and you hear every day you're part of fucking tampering with those points that ain't possible. Not only that, my channel never really been quote monetized that much anyway, and not for long. But most of my lives featuring some, they were not monetized. Especially they were solely about her. Any I play music in, damn sure never were. Hell, most of the time I turned that shit off and on anyway. And so when they fucked with it in a certain way, almost 2 years ago now. Yeah. And as you've noticed throughout, I don't keep cash up, I don't do that shit. If I have something I need, I'll generally post over there on a community post or whatever. And so, you know, there's things like that. But anyway, they'll make you think that we're just whatever. We're bald. Bitch, do you know how many, like, bazillions these motherfuckers inside this whole crew and even all the way up to mainstream media made connected with this crew on all of us? And that starts with Summer. But I tell you what, most days throughout most of these years, it's been mine or my children's name or something else centric. That shit or a dead horse or a dead person or somebody entirely innocent in the community being annihilated's name in a title. And what's been done is kept most of us from living in any way. Cut us off from everything, including um, jobs, normality, travel, even basic shit like going to a goddamn grocery store and being left the fuck alone, going to a goddamn gas station, anywhere, man. Out in the driveway, as you can see tonight, it's just, you know. And, well, these son of a bitches over here buying $500,000 houses and all the softwares and all that shit. Everybody else on the struggle bus, they've annihilated, terrorized, and have the world believing they're making fortunes. No, we ain't. Bro, and my intent coming out here wasn't to make no fortune, nor is it now. That's not me, and they wish it was, I guess. And if it had been, maybe I'd come to heel or worn a collar or been a little bitch or added on extras or given all these people what they wanted. But I'm not Bible, I'm not breakable, and they can just fuck off. I'm not money centric. Yeah, being able to pay bills and groceries, just regular basics every day. That's great. But I'm not one of those fancy house, fancy car, bazillion. I'm just designer this, that. I just ain't made like that. And I'm not made to lust after money or gold or anything else. I give a fuck less about money or rich or famous or clout or any of that shit. None of that shit's ever made a damn to me in my lifetime, and it doesn't now. However, just being able to live would be great. Being able to be free finally after all these years. Now this goddamn box would be great. But no, it's these motherfuckers that get that, and they think it's funny. They've helped trap us in such a way, or annihilate us, or destroy us, or keep us from living, or basic things. So, but they'll tell you every damn day it ain't them doing anything right. They have the right somehow to use our names to do this, to lie, to slander, to libel, to even attempt to get us murdered and shit, and to make money off it. And God help us if we ever get seen with cash. Oh, they'll annihilate the shit of it instantly and have some sort of shit. But yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like they're doing right now. They're telling you, oh no, no money. Yeah, a whole lot of fucking money has been made in the last few weeks on what they're doing to that poor youngin' over there, whether there's points there where there was them cooperating with the ass cheek YouTube group or not, or whether they're pushed into it. Either way, that ain't right. That ain't right. And I can't even believe certain people up on panels even having the audacity to speak about it. Talking about family trees and breaking chains and shit. I'm like, bitch. Some days I just want to unleash my tongue in the fucking truth on certain folks. It should be out there. Alright? Just to, be done with it, but can't, won't. So, maybe one day. But anyway, they're just using that person again. And they are indeed making money of it, more than what was, quote, raised. Well, they tell you, no. That's how they do it. That's how this group works. That's how they work. That's how they operate. And all their big heckin' scams, their median scams, their pebbly scams, their behind the scenes milking old ladies for their estate scams. Right? And they all know they all fucking do it. And those weaponized 40 hours of raincoats and certain funky bunches that have been around here with this group for years, helping them pull the cons and, finding the marks and shits in the chats and subs and members areas for the creators to aim at, and it's there. And then a group, and then all them, and creators deep working together to do that. That ain't new. People are just wholly unaware of it. And a lot of times, see what happens, that is, those people, if they even do try to call them out, well, guess what? They can cleanse those chats, comments, say all this other shit of them. Right? I've seen that many times. Especially in the beginning, I couldn't figure out what was going on. I was like, what the hell? Those people are disappearing. And it was just instant. Some of them bitches, them wrenches are lightning bolts, bro. And they were absolutely, and that's, and I can't even believe this in the way back, thinking back how Linder and all them were going on about Jody Sue's crazy. She's talking about group and chats being cleansed, and it's, and try to make me sound crazy. We all know this is done. We all know this is done. This is a known. So they can easily silence their victims. Very easily. And, not just that, but I mean, we've seen this run, like, it's like how they keep all the groups, like if Seth, when he first came on, they keep all the groups and chats nice for him, right? But Chris, and they trigger both at first. That's how they do all of us in all these cases. They just let it run wild in this area, blah, blah, blah. They have the ability to do it. They also send over certain farms of people to make it just as terrible as possible. it's meant to manipulate psychologically, emotionally, throw people off, all this shit. Try to lure them in. They combine that over several social media groups. And then if one of them comes to or plays this group, whatever, like Seth did, they'll make sure every chat is nice. Cleansed. They did that to me at first too in Pennies. I thought, well, this is a nice place. This is a nice world. There are real humans. Ha! I don't know what. And then Chris, they let everything run again. They do that in every case. Watch and see. Every case, every person. Look, when Dawn first came on, all those were running fucking mob, but then they were like, no, all of them had to be nice for Dawn. But then look what they allowed to happen if Candace thought about it, unless she's certain places, and later on they started making those nice. It wasn't an audience, it was too nice. And boy, there ain't a room one I can step into where chat's ever nice. Actually, if they think I'm watching, they all put the work shit in. And I'm sitting there, if I do tune in, going, is that supposed to work these days? This many years old? Jesse, grab Blink, we know you're watching. Most of them not. It's funny when I catch that shit like 6 months or a year down the road. Like, damn, they were pretty sure I was watching. I wasn't. It's like the nutbags there advertising day. That Jerry shit, I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. See reaction? You hear them like really talking while they're going, did you see that reaction she had when Jerry's brought what? Or after my video dropped? What? What video? What video did you drop? I don't know. What? But they're certain. You know. I mean, hell, really, learn. Like, after you compile so much, you have to listen to shit so much, it just makes you sick, and it's bad for your health and stuff. And I had to step back in a way that sort of went against my whole, you need to watch everything in context, but it's easier, I think, for others than anyone around any of these types of situations and crimes, because you just see here, it's an inundation of non-stop, just terrible, horrendous shit. You have to see much and hear about yourself from what you can obviously tell are criminals, cons, etc., right? And you're like, these gross bastards, they want to call me XYZ, and by God, they have worse records than fucking serial killers, you know? Like, I shit you not. Look at fucking convict over there trying to get me murdered in the last 2 weeks. That bitch has been in and out of prison, and Joe whatever, I don't know, and whereverville's fucking jails and all that shit, more than Don fucking Wells has been incarcerated, and Candace combined. And honestly, I think you could probably put together everybody in Ben Hill's records, and that bitch has still got us all beat. And I'm not kidding you. And that's the fucking bitch that people want to be like, oh yeah, this one's... That's where you want to get... Okay. Sounds like a whole bubble of meth over there. Trying to get people murdered. I'm telling y'all they're doing summer's work, although it looks like in their community posts they're always worried about what AdSense is going to be. The fuck? You know, it ain't worth it. Effects, was it? Seriously? And Lord, the mathematics on that shit. The brain gymnastics. What's wild is somewhere back there, somebody, I guess, thought because of my last life that the Pruitt suspect thing was a good thing, and to go on, and that somehow me talking about, obviously that's bothering somebody, ain't me, and all that shit, right? But that it pissed them off that Pruitt was like not a suspect, and that people, somebody somewhere in the dark side or in the dirty bus, is always wanted that silenced. I don't know, right? And it makes it easier for, and even this group, I'm sure they want that silenced because I'm their favorite meal most days. Well, they put Summer's name in everything. And if the public knew that existed or was said, they'd be less likely to buy their bullshit, right? Which would pay them a hell of a lot less. So many hate channels would be out of business. Right? So many of their theories would go poof Anyway, so, and by theories, I mean shit they let out like it's truth, proof, fact, blah, blah, against all reason, sanity, and common sense. But, anyway, yeah. So I guess somebody thought in the modulating crew that they'd have that one be like, no, she is sus. I think that's been the past 24 hours or so. They're selling my name and the members. Y'all should go check it out. Give them 12.5 cents and I don't know, whatever. I'm sure it's hot news. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, I believe you're also calling for everybody to unsubscribe from my channel. If because they don't and unsubscribe from them if you watch me or something because they don't need suspect sympathizers. While running vids me saying that I've not been cleared as a suspect. Here are the mental gymnastics. This okay. Nobody tell mathematics down there. All right. Or the rest of the YouTube social media group working in this organized manner, or the world. But I'm going to ask you again, who even named any of us as suspects to begin with? And by that, I mean me and about 9,000 other members of Beach Creek and local surrounding areas that you all have thrown shit at and called that. I don't recall law enforcement ever singling out anyone by name other than Candace and Dawn and Grandis, even after polygraphs. I believe the list, as stated publicly by others in Midway, I believed Enton when he asked Lawson, well, the polygraph's a little odd. Lawson's response, so this place won't air it often, is nope, still suspect, probably whatever. Still, but that part's never aired, is it? Not really. You know what's aired constantly? Lawson going, everybody's still person of, and everybody's still blah 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 until. Who the fuck knows who he means, though? I don't know. Do I care? No. I'll say it again. Everybody they want to look at should be looked at until hell freezes over, summer's brought home, and somebody fucking arrested. And if anybody around any of this feels some type of way about it, well, that's their fucking problem. And I mean, like, anybody locally feels some type of way about being looked at, that's a you problem. I think everybody should be, that they think should be, until summer's brought home and arrests are made. I don't have a problem with it. My skin don't crawl at the thought of feds or LE or any of them looking at us or doing whatever they need to do until summer's brought home and arrests are made. I'll never feel any type of way about that. I mean, other than good on them and please continue until you bring her home. And I know they will. I have every bit of faith in law enforcement and feds. So there's that. Now, that being said, I believe Ansley on one of those, she said Candace and Dawn. People Summer was close to at church, which that could be in the churches now, couldn't it? And then Candace Sr. even outward and on to other family members. Who knows what the fuck that means? And then neighbors. Well, did anybody give you specific names? How far out? Which neighbors? Neighbors can mean a lot of things. But I don't recall anybody being called out by name other than those really last known to be with Summer. Do you? If y'all can point me to the feds or, law enforcement or local surrounding pieces where they named anybody by name and called them a suspect, I'll be glad to look. I'll play it on the channel. I'll put it up as a damn banner. So you see, you have a problem there. And that will also include libel and slander for those who have said it repeatedly and made us into those things when nobody's ever said we were. You all built a whole abundance of us, including a fucking poor horse or two, a few dead people, and otherwise, into suspects and persons of interest who were never named as such. You have called us such. You have made the public and the world believe we are such. You all built the stories. You all built the propaganda. You all built the bullshit and aimed it at us as just this group and also with certain other dirty mustaches. It's just all I'm saying. And possibly a suspect or actual person of interest in the background wanting you to do so. I'd go with yes on that. So, I don't know about y'all, but when you motherfuckers, just like that one, trying to get us killed and murdered or potentially threatened to actually come here and murder us themselves in the last week or two, keep calling us things we are not, and you all are the ones that built the bullshit and the only ones to call us that, well, it doesn't make much sense. How can we ever be cleared by a place that fairy tale us into in the first place? Because that wasn't law enforcement. That wasn't federal agencies. That was you fucking assholes on YouTube. Who, by the way, I know y'all are pretty confident and cocky that that'll fly and you can go, in my opinion, allegedly, blah, 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 entertainment fair use, but you just can't go around doing that. And it's a no. And I'll tell you, that does fall under. Here's the thing about this group, they're using federal means of communication to cahoot over social media platforms deep. They're also going real life with real locals in every case. They're absolutely asking for, ordering, and paying for stalking, insertion, all the bad shit, right? Now, those are locally and state criminal acts, but they're also federal because of the means of communications used. Okay? Then, when you get on as even one person, let alone in a group organized to do it, and there's proof that you have cahooted and done it. See, there's cyber stalking, and then there's, oh my God, what have you done as a group, cyber stalking and harassment? And what terms apply and what can be checked off the box to meet the criteria for cyber stalking, real life stalking, harassment, this here. And I gotta tell you, some of you whole database is full of shit. I know I old enough. I think the world old enough. I think police and feds old enough for that. All kinds of beautiful alphabet agencies. Not just on myself, but others locally who this has been done to. And the cockiness and confidence in which, well, because this group's managed to get away with what they think so many other cases, but have actually probably been compiled somewhere on their behavior and how they work, and money funneling around the world in certain groups and this other, especially crisscrossing over certain political shit. I just don't know. It's hard telling. But I don't think it's went by anybody's brain pan or flown over their head, especially all the beautiful minds. But yeah, most of this group fits the cyber stalking at the very least. Yeah. And what criteria apply for that, and the intent behind all that shit. And then when you do it with a group, it gets even uh-oh'er. And then when you also are downright trying to get people murdered, that really falls into goddamn certain territories. And when you are intimidating certain types of people and witnesses and other things, intentionally so, that's damn sure uh-ohs. And blackmailing in certain way. I mean, just, all the things. And those are participating on the ground with it and helping it. Well, that's Ike's territory. So, I'm just saying. But my question is, once again, if you are the ones, dear social media world and YouTube criminal crime con group that's actually the true crime occurring, um, if you are the ones that have said those things of us, called us that in public and to the world, though we have never been stated as such, other than by you, and only built into those things by you and your bullshit, disinformation, and misinformation, intentionally so in a group, then what the fuck do we need to be cleared for anyway? That's my question. And secondly, when police, even after that, are fully aware of what y'all done, and y'all are calling them going suspect Brown, or suspect this, or suspect runaway horse, or suspect box, or suspect blue cat, whatever the hell it is, right? Andy was on the road! We don't know, okay? Whatever it is y'all up to any given day. And whoever you want to throw it off on. Whoever's got a tattoo on their face, whoever's got a this, whoever's been incarcerated one way is rounded up in a ring, whatever it is, right? Now, y'all built all of us into these things falsely. But when law enforcement comes behind that, and you clearly hear them say, because I guess they're irritated, or maybe they have their own beautiful reasons for maybe saying things where they probably know they're recorded and it's going to be let out. And maybe seeing who has reactions to it. I mean, anything's possible. But when they clearly say not a suspect, and then y'all continue to double down on it, that's a little weird. And it'll give way back to my thought the other night, which is somebody around here, for some reason, other than this group and the reasons I stated a minute ago, and how that would cut down on their hate channels and this there, which would also maybe behoove somebody that is actually responsible, I suppose, if y'all didn't keep pounding away at and annihilating everybody else, somebody might be asking to be annihilated. Other than those reasons, I just feel like somebody could potentially be having, like I said the other night, and has since that first come out, might not want that hurt. That somewhere in the darkness behind the shadows and Shadowlands could be the potential person or persons responsible wanting that not hurt or having a reaction to that. And I'll stick by that statement. I think it is very much a possibility that somebody's in their feels about it. But like certain people are in the feels about red trucks and all kinds of shit. And it doesn't seem to be for the same reason a whole lot of us falsely having shit built, drawn on screens about us where it concerns red trucks. Otherwise, reside with that. We're just tired of being terrorized over shit we know is not shit and it's been vetted, verified, it ain't nothing to do with, right? And we always knew this. But other people are having very real reactions to red trucks. Yes, indeed. I'd love to tell you that's just my opinion. But I've seen it. Maybe there's more than just one having reactions to red trucks in a whole different manner. Even those who have never been actually targeted or beat the shit out of with false horse shit about red trucks ever. That certainly makes their reactions to red truck stuff a whole lot weirder when they've never experienced what a whole abundance of us have for years. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I mean. Maybe one day you will. But there's a notable and marked difference on how certain people are reacting around Red Truck. Which is why I find what Brooks and them were doing today a little odd. Trying to eat that truck off again. Make it into something else entirely. But, I mean, and for me, I will stick with law enforcement. They say potential witness. Candace and the first one's built into not potential witness and a bad guy, but whatever. I guess all public knows how that can go. I guess perpetrator could know how that would go. You know? And then, seriously though, it could really just be a witness. You know? And I hope that that's the case. I still hope they will come forward. Despite fear or tampering by this group or anything else, I hope they'll come forward and have the courage. Even if they've watched all this show. I hope. But yeah, there's something really funny, and I can tell you that there's been some real strange shit with that red truck stuff lately. Not necessarily online, but things I've seen myself and things that don't quite add up and can't really explain in the same way that, like, most of us have been targeted with that shit. We're just sort of aggravated by the YouTube aspect of it. Now it's fucking bullshit. Or watching those like advertised today draw on stuff that you can clearly see are drawing all that crap and all this stuff, and there it is once again doing the Lord's dirty work for Red Truck. I don't know. Gotta ask how many blue Xannies did that cost fucking YouTube to eat over in Kentucky for that shit to be done months ago, or coughed up today to play its piece? I don't know. Either way, I'm just there's a difference. A whole abundance of, I mean, other neighbors and shit. They're targeted. They had same types of trucks, or they had entirely different ones. Full on, like, Super Duties, or they just happen to be red, or maroon, or whatever, and they were annihilated over it. Called everything online, and the world made to believe shit of them falsely. It wasn't even the right damn anything. And so, all of us have a commonality, which is aggravation with YouTube, social media, and gullible assholes and idiots. And how the world thinks things falsely about us. Right? But then there's a certain set of people from the very beginning that seem to just want to keep a red truck into whatever existence, non existence. And others lately who seem to show real rage about certain things, or anger, or hostility that they've never experienced. And you can't even make that add up to that because that's not the right reaction or what should actually matter. It's very strange. I guess you just have to know. I guess. Some wild shit, man. I mean, I guess there could be semi-explanations sometimes. I've thought about it. I'm like, well, what if they got themselves cahooting with a group and made them falsely believe things like about others, and that wasn't even remotely the case? but they were dumb enough to buy it while thinking they were fucking brilliant, and then fucking around with others, and then it made them look even more fucking shady and shifty. I don't know, but I think that's the only way in which certain things can be explained. And not even then, really. And then when certain things seem like maybe they were, I don't know, doesn't matter. Maybe one day, maybe one day we'll talk about it all. Um, I should have went out earlier, but I didn't. It's been sort of a sad day or two. My certain links to certain things passed away, and as my heart and feels and all that. Eh, time does pass, you know. Time marches on. Life has a way, doesn't it? No, no, I'm not gonna disagree with you. I care a great deal that these punk ass little criminal convict fucking freak bag motherfuckers that are abusive and dangerous to society, public, or public all this shit. I do take exception with them making fucking fuck tons of money. Being abusive, lying, con, criminal ring, empire shit that really does filter back into the real world, hate groups, real cartel movements, real trafficking, all that shit. You know, all that shit around the world. And they often rub hands, obviously, with the political shits, changing their landscape around the world as well, leading to dumb shit like these wars, rights, and things being taken from entire states because people like lockdown. I do have a problem with them doing that and making money off of everybody's name in every single active high profile case they can latch onto. When they are more criminal and crime oriented and abusive and predatory than most things they ever proclaim they care about or hunting down or trying to solve. Yeah, I got a fucking problem with them making anything. Sure do. Sure fucking do. And people being stupid enough to think those son of a bitches like Convict 96 over there. Thinking that I can't even believe anybody tunes to that once. He goes, yep, this sounds like real info on cases to me. And I can't. And the thing is, they get little critters like that. This is what bothers me too. On the other side of that coin is that, and no puns or anything intended or hint winks there, just happen to be a turn of phrase. But is it those little fuck widgets like that? The ain't so well goofballs, clearly. they're more susceptible to certain things, but this group, man, they can have them like that doing their dirty work and then throw them off the end. That's what always sort of happens. But, and leave them holding the bag for all the dirty work. That's why they do what they do and how they do it with them, sharing links, getting them to do the vids, pump all the bullshit, all that crap, right? But they can't think. It's like that idiot over there. She really thinks that she's getting like 600 likes on a post, man. When her normal she gets like one. And that she can't see that when she does anything outside of my name, crickets. She can't see that she's ratting cheesing like somebody's fucking bitch. And she's being trained. And then also, she's going to be a willing participant because she's just that sad and pathetic and she'll do anything for a fucking buck and a bubble, I guess. But, and let's be real, the motherfucker just got out of jail again, so. But if motherfucker talks, though, you think it wouldn't want to be anybody's bitch. Oh, but it's this group's bitch. Like many of those motherfucking not so right motherfuckers have always been. They are rat and cheese till they're trained, and then fake shit upticked in views and there as long as they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Like Z told it to get back to its little jobby job of piece after piece on me. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know it pays for me, and they're probably going to do it anyway. But that one, you think, with the balls it swears it has, it wouldn't be anybody's bitch. But it's this place's bitch. And it can't figure out or go, hey, wait a minute. Why is it that actually, if I wasn't doing all this stuff, probably be zero watching, probably wouldn't be this, probably wouldn't be that. Why is it that only on these posts I'm having a reward system which is dropping certain chemicals that are hitting the same triggers for me as addictive rounds, all that, to keep me pumping out the shit like Ziggy's directing me to do and others are, and then they're helping. Why is all this group my friends and I feel like I found my tribe and they're helping me in the links and we're doing videos together? But I'm being asked to put it, you get what I'm saying? Bitch, just somebody's rat in a cage, homie. Anyway, but yeah, look, I guess it's supposed to bother me. They think I watch it all the time. I don't. Sometimes I'm just curious about how they're used. Every now and then, fly by and make sure everything's whatever. But yeah, Lord, they pick up when I mention them. That's the thing. Not that I'm just like whatever these days. Later, later, later. Compile, compile. Yeah, but you know, it's like whatever, man. You know, it has real life effects on us. Creates real danger to us. But I mean, you just wait. You just wait. Ain't no sense in losing the shit about it every day. You're going, alright. Yeah. And then eventually, just like any form of abuse or terror, you get sort of used to it. Unless somebody like me, it's been a whole lifetime of it. Damn sure 3 decades. Non-stop. So, someone like me, yeah, it fucks with me, it does whatever. I guess they did in ways, but eventually you learn how to shut that down and go numb to it, and see it for what it is, catalog it, keep separate of it, keep yourself separate from it, and just, take the punches when they come, eat it with a smile for the moment, until, until, So, anyway, ain't just that. They're abusers, weirdos, fucking predators like Arctic Fox. And there's so many in chats and viewers and bushes that are predatory and use this place for spank bank material. Imagine how many are back here with these creators just like Arctic was for years, and they're web sleuthing everybody's personal shit, sharing photos, like all these Discord groups, those Arctic was in of each other's families and children, and predators pick upon criterion, and it can be not seen by feds in the way that, say, if Arctic Fox knows, like, if we're out quote hunting or trying to prey on people online and acquiring those same things about families, children, sensitive data, they'd be ferreted out pretty quick by law enforcement for that. But when they're pretending to be true crime junkies, creators, web sleuths, then they've always got that excuse of LA knocks door. Oh, I'm just doing research. Oh, I'm just doing this. Oh, that came up because of this. There, you see? So this place, in many ways, is very dangerous, and it is very filled with predators, just like Arctic Fox emerged. And there's been many, like Arctic Fox, outed, even just within Summer and Sebastian's cases and overlapping ones through the years. Many. So if you think people out here and whatever tuning into true crime aren't watching it and enjoying watching children's bodies or things like, which one was it that did the autopsy? I just don't even talk about it, but yeah. And Kylie Roddy and all these things are hearing or seeing parents learn the worst about their children because of this group, Mama Nancy Grace on national TV. You know what I mean? Like, I think there ain't some sick motherfuckers out here. And if you think an abundance of these creators, who are especially the male ones, aren't abusive to their own families, children, controlling of women, abuses, whether it be emotional, mental, or physical, and there ain't a whole bunch of broken people who find themselves wanting to be true crime creators for either hobby shit or because they've not dealt with shit in their own life, and those like Cher or the Lisa K's or whatever the hell all them. Some of them are just some really sick fucking puppies. Cher and a few others are definitely on that list. You know? Cher enjoys watching the abuse of other women, especially, and enjoys provoking it or watching it be done or pushing it in or insetting it. You can look at that one's eyes till there's nobody really home. And I just, you know, you can sort of ferret out what might have caused those issues, who she has issues with, and why she enjoys watching or participating in the abuse of other females, especially, but condones male violence, abuse, excuses murder of women and children by them, and seems to be okay with it. You can sort of see why. You can sort of figure it out for yourselves, you know. But there are a whole lot of broken women who have, and then honestly, I mean, and I don't mean broken for, but like, I mean, just, I don't know, something goes wrong. No healing, no this, no that, I don't know, and they find themselves more sympathetic to predators, like, predated upon them than against, or they're always excusing, and so, I mean, it's something there, So, and then they go spread about the wealth of destroying other people or something. I don't know. But there's a whole host of very broken individuals and monsters and predators around here. You know? So, Anyway, um, y'all give me just a second. I'm gonna get some ice. Let me see if I can touch these buttons with my Sasquatch paws. I do not what. Oh, oh dear. Now what have I done? See, I ever since I updated this motherfucker, these layouts and the weird way they've got things. All right, I think I'm back, y'all. I'm taking my word on that. Seriously, is like threading, a needle at this point. Shit's super ridiculous since that last update. It was already stupid ridiculous before, but now it's extra so. What are you doing? You want to say hi? Your brother said hi earlier. Hmm? You want to say hi? You ready for me to get off here, huh? Yeah. Alright. It is getting a little late. I think we've made it through the end of the world. Do y'all want to check on news, see what's going on? Is it safe to say that 2 weeks is... It's not, but you think we're on a 2 week pause? Be another. There, Lord, I bet you we look online and there's gonna be other angry tweets. Is anybody up to date on this switch? Anybody? Let's see. Let's check it out. Come on, why not put that in? We'll just put that in. Hold up. 43 minutes ago, Gulf countries scrambled to intercept missiles hours into U.S.-Iran ceasefire agreement. 3 hours ago, Iran ceasefire deal a temporary win for Trump, but it comes at a cost. An hour ago, live update, Trump agrees to 2-week ceasefire. 2 hours ago, Trump backs down, but questions remain over Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. 8 minutes ago, Iran agrees to 2-week ceasefire after a threat of massive whatever. 2-week diplomatic push. Alright. Okay, so what the fuck? Let's see what this says. I got 9. So what's up with intercepting? 10:38. Okay, so oh, never mind. I get it. Israel's like, no. Now there's been a ceasefire agreement. There's suddenly missiles flying. They identified ballistics. Oh. Missile attacks from Iran, blah, 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 blah. The UAE said its air defense systems were dealing with missile attacks and incoming drones from Iran. Can I borrow that cow noise incoming trolls thing Josh has on his audio board? Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, alerts, active defenses. Washington and Tehran. Well, alright. We're all gonna go to Islamabad on Friday. Great. Fucking vacay. Right. Okay. Well, whatever. We'll see how it works out. See if certain places in Israel can't wind their way into more angry tweets or just nullification of ceasefires overnight if they whine enough to pop a orange troll about it. Yeah. So, thing is, tonight, you can still bet people are dying all around all areas. One reason or another. You can bet they're all living in terror of some variety. And, most of which have no say over where they're born and color of skin, where they reside, or who their governments are, because a lot obviously are not democratically led and all that, and just casualties, right? There's numbers. They're distant to most around the world, and people are cheering on the deaths. So, whatever. and we're not all so different. So we shouldn't cheer upon one another's death or cheer over or encourage the mass annihilation of entire groups of peoples unless it's for the absolute right reasons. And especially not innocent ones, but ever. And just because we see them as distant or removed from or smell less than or over stupid shit like religion or skin color or borders, war should only be fought in times it is absolutely needed for all the right reasons. And I gotta tell you, this ain't it. This ain't it. At least in my opinion, allegedly. But we're all no different. Now, if you want to create more terrorists and hate and extremism, this is a damn sure way to get done. If you want more mass migration of peoples and more influxes that are making it harder on other countries in the world to function as a whole. And I mean, sure, I mean, yeah, yay. Orange Man makes angry tweet. Bomb people into the Stone Age. I mean, if that's what you want, if you're oblivious of history and you didn't study anything and you're still not, and you're not learning from history and you can't recognize certain shit when it's right in front of you and what might be happening. Whatever. Anyway, guys. I think I've been on here long enough, so. And I don't remember if it's REM that will shut you down or if it's Midnight Oil. One of those two will, and I can't remember. Question is, do I really care? Am I allowed to play, like a record? Am I allowed to do that? Am I allowed to play some, like, Culture Club or something? Probably not. They're getting extra about that shit, too, lately. Like, it just don't come up and say, hey, means everything's going to whatever. Which is fine, because my shit ain't anyway, but anyway, so that's not a problem. But now it's really shutting down the fucking stream on everything. What the hell's going on? Usually it's just like, oh, you can't see it in Russian. Okay. You know? So anyway, guys, I think I've been on here long enough. I know I had a few more points, things I wanted to add in there. Probably should go roll through the streets here for just a bit. For a second, anyway. I don't want to infect this device. It's algorithms. Hold on. I'm like, no. I'm not gonna do it. You can't make me. Well, that's new. Oh boy. Man, I wish I could see that. I need some. They're just going to have to give up and let me get some fucking glasses until they fix everything else. Jesus. Oh, that's bad. What the hell? Really? What the hell's up with that? Oh well. Y'all out here wilding the hell out on the streets. My God. It ain't got nothing to do. Who? Who? Ew. Ew. Why are they built like that? Why'd y'all to build them that disgusting? Ew. Think I'm gonna pass. Huh. Well, hell's empty and the devils are all here tonight. My lord. Convenient and weird. Never fails. Uh, I don't even know what the hell that is. No idea. Fucking moron. See, it's showing about that blue barrel leapfrogging crazy shit, but it's intentional and whatever. Anyway, I'm not gonna touch any of them buttons. No, I'm good. Anyway, y'all enjoy whatever type of night or day or evening y'all are having. May all of you all and your people and those you love be kept safe and sound tonight and always, as much as possible anyway. Enjoy the best cosmos, the dance of life, your favorite songs, your favorite critters, your favorite snacks. Turn off the boxes. I know. Step out on the grass. Go meet a stranger, make him a friend. Be good pebbles, sparks, and voices when where you can. They can and do change lives and the world around you, even the smallest and simplest of things do that every day. You may never realize how far those little things travel, how they change the world and lives around you every day, but I promise they do. And how one voice can become many, and even one voice can change the world, but one can become a chorus and change the world as well, make differences. And as always, if y'all don't mind, please do share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for Help. It can and does save lives from crimes occurring, crime scenes where victims, survivors, fighters, etc. cannot make a peep, but they can do a hand signal to someone who can get help there in time. From domestic violence victims, etc., especially those who live in the middle of nowhere. It may take hours to get there. To, abductions, kidnappings, crimes out in public, um, and health emergencies, those with speech and other types of disabilities, or those who are choking, or, just all kinds, those who are nonverbal for whatever reason, etc. That hand signal can and does save lives. Alright? Can leave paperwork, trails, evidence, whole line, can get things done. Alright? So please continue to share and to learn the hand signal. And as always, if y'all don't mind, please continue to share Summer's picture. Her picture and her age progression photo, along with her basic information, like flyer type thing, and then please, if you don't mind, put up a link to a news article, a real, like, journalistic based real news, investigative journalistic thing, or TBI, FBI, local training law enforcement agencies. Change out the link to those every now and then so that the right person at the right time can hear or see and whatever the right thing. And it jiggles something loose or makes me remember something or whatever, and then they pick up the phone or they go wherever and they turn whatever in, or and it leads to the whereabouts of Summer. And I know it sounds wild, but it can even lead to the capture of the person or persons responsible. So, and I do mean stick with those like WJHL, WCYB, Bristol Herald Courier, Rogers Review, Johnson City Press, etc. And those like TBI, FBI, and local and surrounding law enforcement agencies. Um, but do please share a link to something real and tangible and not social media based, not talking head faux news based, not tragedy pimping fist bumping based, not entertainment news based, and damn sure not social media based. Y'all know my feels about it. And not even any of our dumbasses honestly around any of this, because we ain't shit. Period. We are just us, and until law enforcement says, does, etc., and I'm certain they will, find Summer and bring her home to our community and arrest the person or persons responsible. Only they in court proceedings can say what matters, what things fit where, all these other things, so we're we're not the ones you need to be sharing, etc. Though we are closer, we do know, all, what I mean? But we ain't it, man. And I'll tell you that. Anybody around me that says they are it, it's full of shit. Um, so stick with real law enforcement and federal agencies and real journalists. For Summer's sake, please do that. And that is very much the most tangible thing you can do to help her or any of the others like Sebastian, Layla, Holly, or any of these other cases. These true crime criminal creators want to latch onto in this well organized criminal organization and terrorize and fuck up and destroy. Alright, for bazillions. Alright, so really, if ever you see them lashed into any quote case or community or anywhere else, remember the same thing I just asked you to do, like always for Summer, is the same thing you should probably do for any others around any of these cases. That is the most tangible thing you can do to help any victim, survivor, or fighter of any crime, tragedy, etc. that online is latched onto. Is to not really participate, propel it, or to help them get more clicks, views, etc., and to do the right thing by the victim, survivor, and fighter, and obviously their families and community and otherwise in law enforcement. So, and watch these streets and your own safety on them on social media, and damn sure over here inside of this ring. Okay? Because they're dangerous to you all too, as subs, viewers, members, whole line. Alright? And they have their own little ways of drawing you in and marking you and destroying you and using you. Right? So, be careful, walk cautiously. If you do walk amongst these fucking predator criminals on these YouTube and social media streets. Right? Take care of yourselves, your loved ones, and my best advice, always, is to always tell those you love that you love them as often as you can, And especially each and every time they enter and exit doors or, go about your days and never go to bed angry. And also, I'd tell you tonight, as many of us, when we're young, we think, we have all the time in the world to get all the stories around our elders or our family or the Sierra to learn all things. But time has a funny way. When we grow and we start lives of our own, and as we get older, I know that thought is with many an idea. And then often we don't necessarily get around to that, do we? And it always inevitably comes, you're like, man, I had thoughts that I should have, or things were going well, but I didn't. It's inevitable. That always seems to happen, or sometimes anyway. So I would encourage those of you who would like those things in your life, your history kept, or stories as they are this together, and to pass down or to just know yourselves, and you would like to reach out to others, friends, family, etc., and get those stories and the truths and things, or first-hand accounts throughout history on it. I would encourage you all to not put it off or not think tomorrow will always be there. And to go listen to those stories and make time to record them or be with those who tell them. Alright? Yeah, no, duh. I know the chumbucket is. 4 hours ago, somebody else has punished me with a new vid dropped here. Bless. I'll never survive it. I'll never survive it. Anyway. Definitely make time, okay? Tonight, tomorrow, the next day, but whenever, just remember tomorrow's not always promised, and I know we often get caught up in our own lives and worlds, and we think, tomorrow or next week, but I'd encourage everybody that wants those things to go ahead and go to them. Go listen at the knees of your elders, or make time to spend a few days and to ask all the questions. And even if you're like, but then it's going to make them feel like they're all die or something, and I'm whatever, and no. I think for most it's not that way, and it's understandable, because I think all of us have always, for most anyway, I think for most, we all understand and have urges to do those things, and whatever. So I'd encourage you to go listen to all the stories before it's too late. Go connect with what matters most. Y'all have a good night. Much love and peace to all of you.